everybody to today's Raleigh City Council meeting. We are going to start with recognition of special awards. And today, let's see, Marshall, would you like to introduce this?
I will. I can get my document. As you all know, every other year we participate in a community survey. And as such, it gives us the opportunity to hear what the community has to say to us, what priorities are key for the success of our community. As a result of the community survey in 2020, we were a little hesitant about whether or not we would stay on cycle and embark upon the community survey, obviously because of all of the things that we experienced as a community. However, we went through it and we were pleasantly surprised, well, maybe not so much so, that we fared very well. And although we are oftentimes super critical of what we do because we always strive for excellence, what we heard from the community is we're doing an awesome job in several of the key areas of the amenities of life and quality of life issues that set good organizations and good cities apart from great organizations and great cities. So with that, our consultant ETC Institute has acknowledged the great work of the city of Raleigh. So Mayor, if it is okay with you, I will now turn it over to you and you can sort of kind of highlight what the essence of the acknowledgement is.
Okay, I'm happy to do that. So I am really excited. First off, here's the award. This is heavy, I'm just telling you. And it is Leading the Way Award for Community Survey Results. We received this because of the results of our 2020 survey. Raleigh ranked in the top 10% of cities in the United States with populations greater than 100,000 for the quality and value of services provided to residents. In particular, they stated resident satisfaction with the overall quality of services, customer service provided by employees, and the value residents feel they receive for local taxes and fees. So I just want to congratulate all of our staff for the outstanding work that they have done, and also thank the community for participating in this important survey, which really does help us gauge how we're doing. And we make adjustments based on these survey results. So this is indeed good news to be recognized as one of the local governments who have achieved outstanding service. So thank you everyone for all you do. And I just want to say, let's give our staff some applause. Thank you, everyone. Okay, next, we are on to the consent agenda. First, I just wanted to mention, I was thrilled to see that the contract with the World of Bluegrass is on here. Having Bluegrass come back to our community after a year of absence, or virtual, I should say, will be great. So does anybody have, there were no items pulled. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, do I have a second? Councilmember Knight, all in favor? Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. Next, we have public comment. So each participant has 2 minutes. And then we have a group that came for Falls Park. We're going to do that separate. They have basically to help streamline the process. So 1 through 17, names 1 through 17, I will call them. They will each have 2 minutes if we could start the timer. And then the folks who are speaking on behalf of Falls Park will have 30 minutes. So, and that's 18 through 34 speakers. We'll start with first on the list, name and address for the record. And we will start with Christina Jones.
Christina Jones, 8005 Finland Drive. Whatever CACs lacked was a reflection of what council wanted. Lack of participation, lack of diversity, not inclusive enough. They are all examples of what council needs in order to push through agenda items that don't hold the community's best interest at heart. This is my 10th time speaking in front of you without a response. Is that intentional? In regards to the police chief survey, I asked for there to be more outreach to those without internet access, so a phone number was added and the survey was placed at all community centers. However, how did people know to go to the community centers and ask for a survey? I also asked for the survey to be done in more languages, but stopped receiving responses from the consultant. Why was this process not more inclusive? Is that intentional? The Community Engagement Task Force hasn't come up with action items or recommendations for council because we have only met 3 times. We never heard from council. We never met with the city's internal team. And after Mickey's presentation to you later this afternoon, we are unsure if any of our subsequent conversations will make it to council. Is that intentional? Your lack of transparency leaves me with many unanswered questions. I want to be council's champion. I want to celebrate your wins. I want to help you communicate with residents so that our government is for the people it represents. The painful realization over the last 4 months is that you are intentionally excluding residents from being a part of your process. RCAC will be meeting tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Check us out on Facebook for the link to join.
Thank you. Next we have Donna Bailey.
Donna Bailey, 710 Rosemont. I've been following all the rezonings that this council has dealt with since you've been in office. It seems like this new system of engaging residents isn't as robust or revolutionary as some of you promised. With your process, only people who live within 500 or 1,000 feet of a rezoning get notified that there will be a neighborhood meeting led by the developer. If you look and see how many people actually show up to these meetings, it averages around 10. And that includes the applicant and their attorney. So the actual input the developer gets is very small. At the recent Planning Commission retreat, there was discussion that there were not enough community voices being heard, and it made their job harder. Your elimination of the CAC voice is one of the reasons for that. When the zoning case finally comes to council, the neighbors and the developers are still trying to figure out conditions to make a project a better fit. This often delays the whole process while people try and organize and have their voices heard. Unlike the CAC process that had been refined over the years, working with the planning department, the community voices got heard much earlier in the process. The CACs invite the applicant and the planning staff to come and present. The applicant hears from the community and then comes back to a second CAC meeting where conditions are presented to make the project a better fit for the community, and 95% of the time get a positive vote in support. The case then goes to the Planning Commission with conditions already supported by the community. By the time it comes to the council table for a vote, most of the parties are in agreement. In this scenario, the community has been engaged early on, and people can discuss as a collective what community benefits are most needed. I don't think adding an electronic portal to the city website for a person to ask a question or make a comment is an adequate replacement for a group learning experience. This council has been very effective with trying to rush through rezonings without adequate public input. I think in the long run, this is very bad move for the city.
Thank you very much. Your time is up, Ms. Bailey. Thank you. Next, we have Richard Johnson.
Richard Johnson, 3225 Oak Grove Circle. I saw Mayor Baldwin on the local news recently talking about enlightenment. All I could think of was what rank hypocrisy from an entitled, self-serving professional politician. Where was her enlightenment 15 months ago when she conspired in secret with disgraced former councilor Sage Martin, Nicole Stewart, Jonathan Melton, Patrick Bufkin, and David Knight to destroy citizen input in the form of CACs? They did this with no notice and zero public input. In the 15 months since this underhanded move, nothing has been accomplished except to stifle citizen input. Oh, sure, this council gave $72,000 to a consultant for a study, a final study that has yielded nothing tangible. that $72,000 down the drain when we have real needs that go unmet. The only result has been many more months with no citizen input. It's a classic professional politician's way of slow walking items they don't like. They study, have committees, consultants, and commissions work on these items, delaying any real action. The use of this tactic by the mayor and council majority is despicable, but predictable for them. Their latest delaying tactic is to have another commission to further study citizen input. Some earnest and good people are involved with this, but they are being used by this corrupt mayor and her council of cane cronies to further delay any real action. So much for Mayor Baldwin's enlightenment. It's clear the only voices she wants to hear from are her employer, Barnhill Contracting, her sugar daddy, John Kane, the Triangle Apartment Association, and other special interests that paid for her election and votes. I guess that's the mayor's definition of enlightenment. She should look up the real meaning. Lastly, I'd like to thank Councilor David Cox for his unwavering support for citizen engagement. That must
And your
be why
time is
Indy
up,
Readers
Mr.
nominated
Johnson.
him for best
Thank you
local.
very much. Next, we have Katie Gales. Okay, Katie, we obviously have a issue. We're unable to hear you. We're just hearing a squeaking noise. Beth, do you know what might be happening?
Katie may need to. Katie, can we try you again?
Have her call in again?
Yeah, Katie, maybe disconnect and come back in, and we'll circle back to you before we move on to Whitewater.
Okay, next we have Lynn Edmonds.
Lynn Edmonds, 5700 Bashford Crest Lane. At your April 20th meeting, Councilmember Cox asked staff for a report on how many homes are in the queue to be repaired through the home repair assistance program offered by the city. I believe the mayor has also asked for a report on that wait list. This program is meant to help low-wealth homeowners targeted for demolition. This is a good thing, it's a great thing, but not if there is a 3 to 4 year wait list to get the help. That is what the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition has been told by city staff, that there is a 3 to 4 year wait list. That's not helpful, especially when these homeowners are, in some cases, being hounded by developers or when the city starts code enforcing them. This gets us back to Councilmember Cox's inquiry about this at your April 20th meeting. I've reviewed the manager's updates that have been published since April 20th and have not found a response to Council Cox on this matter. What is the status of the wait list? How many people are on it? And how long before they can actually access the help?
Okay, thank you. City manager, could we get a report on this, please?
Yes, Mayor. Staff will be bringing back that in the way of a staff report in the next couple of weeks. It is on our list of follow-up items to be addressed.
Was that part of the June meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Next, we have Steph Mendel.
Steph Mendel, 3225 Oak Grove Circle. During the last few years, we've seen the fundamentals of our democracy challenged by those who seek to put up obstacles to citizen participation. The current council majority began disenfranchising Raleigh residents shortly after they took office when they withdrew city support for the CACs. The final report on community engagement is a joke, but we the citizens are not laughing. In fact, Raleigh voters are quite interested in voting in the next municipal election. If only we knew when that was going to be. This council majority hasn't announced whether they intend to hold elections in October as scheduled or defer them to March. They've offered vague excuses about waiting for the legislature to act, but according to Phil Berger, the ball is in council's court. They have the power to confirm the election date and communicate it now. Last week, I was told by one member of the North Carolina Senate that Bill Berger isn't going to move any bills to change municipal election dates. It's up to Raleigh to decide. And a member of the House told me, I believe the city attorney's office has an answer. Delaying public confirmation of the election date is not fair to the public or to potential candidates. But obviously, this council majority has no interest in being fair, open, honest, or transparent. They only seek to hold on to power by any means necessary. I've heard rumors that as much as they'd like to grant themselves extra time in office, they're concerned about deferring until March because they fear a heavy minority turnout will put them at a disadvantage. Does that mean we'll hold elections in October as currently scheduled? Who knows? They're delaying confirmation of the election date as long as possible to keep their potential challengers at a disadvantage. Mayor Baldwin, you've been nominated by Indy Week readers as the local politician most in need of a reality check. How about giving us a reality check and letting the public know when we'll have the opportunity to put Raleigh back on track to grow in an equitable and balanced way that welcomes newcomers but doesn't throw longer-term Raleigh residents under the bulldozer?
Thank you. City Attorney, would you like to address this?
I'm glad to, Mayor. I'm not sure who Ms. Mandel has been talking to, but there is no authority under the general statutes as they are now drafted for the council to move the election to March until we receive the census data. So whatever information or who she's talked to has given her, I guess, not the correct reading of the statutes. The legislature, I believe, is aware of this. I think that there's really nothing the council can do the way the statutes are written at this time, and that the city is just as anxious to get a solution as anyone else. And so we are working on that. And right now we're sort of in a holding pattern.
So I have a question.
Councilmember Cox?
So you're saying there's nothing we can do until we receive the census data, which we have been hearing time and again won't be until mid-September or maybe late September. So does that mean, I mean, with that uncertainty, does that mean that the filing date is still in July?
Until it's changed, yes. The problem that we have with it going forward in October is if the districts are not balanced, which means that they are not populated within 5% of each other, that election would be unconstitutional if the districts aren't balanced. So we're in sort of a catch-22 right now. We're hoping for a solution. A legislative solution would be the best one. And as we have discussed, I mean, if there's no solution forthcoming, you know, in the near future, I think we're going to have to reevaluate our options. But right now, the way that the law is written, council cannot unilaterally move it, because the only way that it can is if it has the data and the data indicates from the census that the districts will be not be balanced. So that's the first question is, can you move it? And the way the statutes are written, the answer to that is no. And then the second is, what happens if there is no solution forthcoming and we have an election? And if we do, and it ended up that the districts were imbalanced, then the whole election would be at risk. So I think the legislature is aware of that. I'm not sure what the solution is going to be, but we are working on this every day to try to get an answer sooner rather than later.
So a follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
So if there is no solution forthcoming and people file in July, and then we receive the census data and discover that we cannot hold a legal election in October, we have to redraw the lines. Does that mean that those individuals who filed in July will have to refile at a later date?
I don't know the answer to that. What I've been told by the Board of Elections, until the legislature tells them otherwise, that we've got to move forward with the dates that we have. All that we know is if that happens and the lines are wrong, we have a very large problem. So it is a statewide problem. There are lots of potential solutions, possible solutions. We just don't have one yet. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that if the council is not moving the election, it has been upon my advice because I have told them they legally cannot do so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Has Katie Gales come back on, Beth?
Let me check.
Beth?
Yep.
Can we try Katie again, please?
It's Mayor. Katie, go ahead.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Katie. Much better this time
Thank you
around.
so much. Yes. This is Katie Gales. I'm at 276 Elmcrest Drive in Holly Springs. I'm here representing a project that Wake Tech is part of, and I'd like to say that my partner, Matthew Kane, Program Manager for Launch Raleigh, is in the audience for moral support. First of all, I want to share with you this good news as it's becoming better news. Launch Raleigh is about to start its 7th cohort, and I want to thank the City of Raleigh, Raleigh Economic Development, for its support of this innovative program that has supported over 120 Southeast Raleigh entrepreneurs. Next chart, please. It takes a village to do a program like this, and we got our first $10,000 of support from City of Raleigh Economic Development in 2017, and we are a proud Impact Partner Grant recipient last year. So Raleigh has been a very key part of our community partner suite. Next chart, please. But we also have a lot of other partners that I'm not going to go through all of these for you, but these are all committed to growing businesses in Southeast Raleigh. Next chart, please. As you can see, our cohorts are primarily female, primarily African-American business owners and aspiring entrepreneurs. This is our 2019 class. If you go to the next page, you'll see our 2020 class. And we are about to start our 2021 class. Go on to the next chart, please. Because this program started in Raleigh, it has picked up steam, and we now exist in 7 other towns in Wake County, and we've helped programs in 8 towns outside of Wake County. Next chart, please. We look forward to continued support and encouragement from the City of Raleigh in financial and non-financial ways. But as you can see from the bottom of the chart, our community partners are also contributing. Thank you.
Katie, thank you. I have a question for you. Is this a request for funding?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a specific dollar amount that you're looking for?
Yes.
Can you share that?
It's a secret. So we would like $15,000 to support the program fundamental operations cost for the next 2 years.
Okay, so 15 each year? Or 15 for the next 2 years?
15 for the next 2 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We will look at this and bring this back at our next meeting, City Manager.
Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Next, we have Tim Niles.
Niles, 11509 Midlothian Drive. Congratulations to Councilor Cox for being nominated by Indie Week readers, Best Politician in Wake County. It's well deserved. Today, I want to highlight the stark contrast in the way the mayor conducts meetings with public comment. It is standard procedure for her to note the time allowed for speakers, the rules of decorum to be followed, and even go beyond those rules by declaring speakers need to be kind even though there's no such rule. She notes speakers should watch the clock since she hates to cut them off when time's up. She regularly interrupts speakers to force them to state their name and address for the record even though the data was collected when they signed up. Despite claiming otherwise, she delights in cutting speakers off mid-sentence as soon as their time is up. Back up to last week's work session where residents also were required to sign up to speak. There was no mention of rules of decorum, no direction to be kind, no one interrupted for their name and address, no one cut off when their time expired. Several were allowed to go on as long as they wanted, some as much as a full minute extra. One speaker not even signed up and still was allowed to speak. Lastly, the mayor read aloud for the record comments received by email. This has not happened since the first public comment period, January 2020, when the clerk read emailed comments so the public could hear them. The old saying is true. It's not what you know, it's who you know. If you're a friend of the mayor, you get special treatment. The mayor said last week was a listening session, so the rules didn't apply. Guess that means she's not listening now. Let me end as I started and congratulate the mayor on her well-deserved Indie Week nomination for local politician in need of a reality check. She's got my vote.
Thank you, Tim. It'll be the first time I get your vote. Appreciate that. Next, we have Milton Battle.
Thank you so much for honorable council members, honorable mayor. We take this time in your meeting in March with Bryce Abernathy. You voted to demolish a house that I have on 3311 Trine Road. I live at 1011 Maple Avenue, but I have another house that's there that was a family-oriented house that's been there for 100 years. I'm simply asking for time of 6 months to actually to demolish the house myself, and we are working with the fire departments in Swift Creek, and he's working with other fire departments that they may want to use it as a burn down project. And so we're just asking for the city council to allow us more time to make the plans and get things done in demolishing that house.
Okay, Milton, if you could stay there for a moment. Do I have a staff response to this?
I think Mayor Bryce Abernathy is in the council chambers and he can speak to the matter.
Is Bryce there?
Or Larry Jarvis from Housing and Neighborhoods?
Bryce was supposed to be there. He actually said that he was in agreement with the time and that he would submit something to the city council on that behalf.
Mayor, it seems like there's some council chamber sound issues, so Bryce is there.
No, we had music and now Bryce, you are not, we can't hear you, so.
Council chambers, I think y'all may have the line on hold or something because all we hear is the on hold music.
Testing, testing.
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. So council did adopt a demolition ordinance for 3311 Tryon Road on at the March 16th council meeting. Myself and staff have met with Mr. Battle on site, and Mr. Battle has met with some contractors. And I think everybody's in agreement that the house does need to be demolished. I think Mr. Battle, before he got cut off, was just asking for some more time. He wants to go into that process himself and pick out his own contractor. I think he has personal items inside the home that he needs to remove. I know he mentioned 6 months. I'm suggesting maybe 3 months and see where we're at after that. If he needs more time, come back to council. But if council wants to go with 6 months, that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Battle, normally what we do is follow staff's recommendation on these. But if I'm going to propose this to the council, we allow 3 more months, and then at that 3-month time frame, ask where we are, ask staff to come back to us, and if additional time is needed, we can look at that at that time. Is everybody good with that?
Madam Mayor, to make it easy, if that's a motion, I second.
Okay, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Councilmember Cox is not here. Okay. You're good?
I'm good. I'm in favor. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Battle, you will have 3 additional months. And at the end of that 3-month period, we will relook at this based on what progress has been made. Okay?
Thank you so much, City Council, for hearing my petition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Leon Cook.
Drive. Leon Cook, 1500 Whittington Drive. Good afternoon. I'm a member of the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition. On Thursday, May 13th, the coalition held a listening session for the residents of Heritage Park Complex. I urge to cause you to immediately review the policies, attitudes, and communication of the Raleigh Housing Authority. Examples: tenants are fearful due to being given notice that the site is to be torn down, but not given any timeline of when this will occur. They are currently not getting needed repairs done. Residents do not know if and when they will be relocated and if they will be allowed to return once reconstruction is completed. Many residents are intimidated by RHA and are afraid of complaining for fear of retaliation. What we learned directly from RHA is that the relocated households will not have an automatic right to return. RHA says that they must complete a new application. One option offered by RHA is a voucher to displaced tenants. How viable of an option is this when it's difficult for current voucher holders to find housing due to voucher discrimination by landlords? Aligned with that fact, what will be the fate of the zoning map amendment for the East Martin Street city-owned properties mentioned in the consent agreement? It states that rezoning sets the stage for property disposition and development with the goal of increasing the entitlement of residential use and stipulating as a condition of the sale the inclusion of subsidized affordable housing. How will affordable be defined? 70 to 80 AMI will not do anything to alleviate the shortage of low-income housing in Raleigh. Here's an opportunity for City Council to have a say in providing low-income housing, since it does not seem to have the fortitude to request the same of
Mr. Cook, your time is up. Thank you very much. I'm trying to remember, did Councilmember Fort ask to have a work session on this topic? Okay, I see head nodding. So I guess that will be forthcoming, City Manager?
Yes, we have it scheduled for June.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, next is Bob Geary.
Hello, Bob Geary, 202 East Park Drive. I'm speaking about your so-called tax increment grants, or as anyone who isn't a politician calls them, tax giveaways to developers. A week ago, you adopted a policy to give our tax money to favored developers at a rate of $5 million a year for up to 15 years. It's a $75 million slush fund, in other words, and you, Mayor and Council, will be doling it out. Except David Cox, of course, who voted no. So the Mayor and Council take campaign money from developers and then hand them $75 million out of the city treasury, and this doesn't violate any law? And about that policy, the Mayor says this won't be arbitrary because the giveaways can only be for infrastructure or community benefits. Really? What development does not have infrastructure or benefits? Actually, your policy clearly says you can give money to any developer for any reason, and I quote, funding commitments may be in the form of partial or full reimbursement for specific developer costs or as general financial support for the entire development project. General financial support for a project. Music to your contributors' ears. Bottom line, city elections can't come soon enough. Are they still on for October? Or are the elections yet another form of citizen engagement for this council to mess with? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Catherine Bird.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Catherine, we can.
Catherine Bird, 509 Smoke Ridge Lane. I see that community engagement is on the agenda. There's a 28-page report from the consultant you hired. I would describe myself as at least somewhat engaged. By a rough estimate, I've spoken at 9 council meetings so far, including this one since last year. Or you've heard from me about every 39 days on average. Besides just a disembodied voice on this call, I am a member of the Raleigh community. In my free time, I do woodworking and sewing. I'm married and we have an adorable rescue puppy. I'm a web developer. One thing that stood out to me from the report was this. We must understand how racism, sexism, ethnicity, culture, socioeconomics, degree of ability, age, and many other factors determine who and who does not engage and who does not have privilege and power in our democratic processes. I completely agree. As a white female with a decent paying job, I have a lot of privilege. I have free time in the evenings to do research before these meetings because I don't have to work a second job or do caregiving work. I have a flexible schedule at work where no one bats an eye if I tell them I won't be available during this time in the afternoon. I have a laptop and headset and internet access. Many people in Raleigh do not have all these things, and a lot of the time, we are not hearing their voices. Honestly, I kind of dread these meetings because it takes a lot of time to sift through the agenda, figure out what I'm going to say, then sit around and wait until it's my turn to talk. And then it kind of feels like I'm speaking to a wall. I understand that it may not be practical for you to respond to every comment, but in a broader sense, I don't really feel like my words are making any particular impact. Looking back at the first time I spoke, I had said, I'm outraged at the city's continued inaction when it comes to issues of justice and its continued failure to prioritize its own citizens. I still feel that way. In the report, there's a list of reasons why members of the community sustain their engagement. They're all positive, things like they feel welcomed or they see the results of their work. None of them describe why I keep signing up to speak. I'm stubborn and persistent by nature. I feel obligated to at least keep trying, to add my voice to the chorus of community members demanding real change. I don't know what else to do. Getting Raleigh citizens to engage is only part of the problem. There are plenty of community members and leaders who are willing to participate. Are they being sought out? Are they being reached? Are they being listened to? The key thing, the piece that I feel has been missing from this council is the follow-through. Is any significant action taken based on community input? Or are plans that are in the interest of developers and campaign owners the main focus? As the report reminds us, your constituents are not a distraction from your work. They're the reason for your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Hua Huang.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hua Huang, 7401 Ebenezer Church Road. The Wake County Housing Justice Coalition met with the residents of Heritage Park, and we hear their fears and concerns. One comment that resonated with me, as long as the city focuses on the vague idea of affordable housing and not specifically housing for low income, people keep getting displaced. The residents' fears are valid, especially based on what we learned from RHA. RHA stated that the relocated households will not have an automatic right to return, that they will have to complete a new light fee application and be screened for eligibility again. RHA will offer voucher assistance to residents for facing displacement and relocate them to other public housing units, but the coalition wants to know how viable an option this is when it's already difficult for current voucher holders to find housing due to discrimination and that there's usually a waiting list for public units. RHA also offered to pay displaced tenants relocation costs under Uniform Relocation Assistance and Real Property Acquisition Act. This is a complicated process that puts onus on displaced tenants to find new affordable housing in market that doesn't already lend itself to affordable housing for low-income households. So here are the coalition's recommendations. Tenants should be offered automatic option to return that's not based on new screening or qualification. Displaced tenants to be placed in new housing that's in close proximity to Heritage Park, so children will remain in their current schools and residents will still have access to their current job and other amenities, including public transportation. The city and RHA should reconsider the decision to eliminate subsidized and affordable housing for residents at 50% AMI or below. RHA can obtain HUD grants to rehab and repair aging housing units. So please take this into consideration as you will be voting on rezoning cases for a number of city-owned properties today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Leisha Cobb.
Hi, my name is Alicia Cobb, 420 Dorothea Drive. I was going to speak on behalf of what was just spoken of on Raleigh Housing Authority. I'm a tenant of Raleigh Housing Authority, Heritage Park. I've been there for 12 years. And I just want to say that a lot of us tenants are very afraid right now that we will be homeless within the next year or so due to the rebuild of Heritage Park. They have no information on what we're supposed to do at this point, when they will be tearing it down or anything. We are very concerned about our kids' schooling Right now, we have to do this online classes, which we don't have any internet access. We have to pay for that, which we live in low income anyway. Also, I just wanted to state that I have paperwork from the White House where Raleigh Housing do not fix up their property, far as when they come in and do a work order, they don't do what they're telling us tenants they're going to do on paperwork. They were supposed to remove my cabinets and they were full of mold. They put the same cabinets back in my house. I just feel like we're not being heard when we say things to these people. They just hold us accountable for paying this and paying that, but they really they don't care about us. So now we're at a point where I just decided to join this meeting because it's my first one. Sorry that I'm all unorganized, but we need help. So I figured, let me go on here and state my opinion. But the things that they were supposed to do are still not done. So I just don't know if Raleigh Housing is even up to date with anything. You know, like we have different landlords come in every other year or so. And every time another landlord comes in, they send us threatening letters telling us that we have to move, all due to their, computer not working right or somebody not filing some information right. That's not okay with us because we still have to pay our rent to stay there. And that's about all I have to say. Just please help out, and somebody needs to look into it because we're still at a standstill and we don't know what we're supposed to do.
Okay, thank you, Leisha. City Manager, could we just I guess this could be part of the joint work session.
It is part of that June 8th work session. There's about 3 topics that's wrapped into a housing update that Councilmember Ford asked for.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, next we have Ed Moore.
Thank you. I'm Ed Moore, 3622 Bellevue Road. I'm a Raleigh native, an architect, and owner of a 0.68 acre lot on Drury Lane. It's undeveloped and partially in the 100-year flood fringe. I'm strongly opposed to the exemptions in the proposed flood regulation changes, TC 1620, approved by the council on May 4th. It is illegal to treat existing undeveloped lots larger than 1/2 acre differently from smaller lots or lots with homes on them. I request the council to have the city attorney rule on the legality of this arbitrary and very unfair decision by city council. I purchased this lot 18 years ago under current regulations that do not discriminate between developed or undeveloped lots of any size. I've maintained this property and have paid almost $40,000 in taxes. The current tax value on this property is $324,000. So I have over $360,000 value in this property, and you've taken away my retirement home site. Contrary to city and staff statements, I have never received a written notice of this incredibly significant change that directly impacts my property. You passed this text change late at night, last on the agenda with very little discussion. Then to add personal insult to the financial injury that you're inflicting, a council member did a double fist pump in celebration. Please revise this regulation.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney, is there anything there you would like to address?
All I can say is with respect to that particular provision, every particular case would have to be looked at a case-by-case basis. You would have to see what the person wanted to build, what the effects were. If there were issues, there's always a variance procedure that's available from the Board of Adjustment. And so the ordinance is not illegal. As far as how it's applied on a case-by-case basis, that would just have to be looked at as far as what the impacts are. And if this person would like to develop their property and there are restrictions, I think you would be told there's a variance procedure and it could possibly be remedied that way. So all I can say is it's hard to analyze anything unless you have an actual project in front of you, but there are remedies if there are issues with constructing something under the new rules.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Willie Hardy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Willie Hardy. I live at
1122 South State Street. Hello, I'm speaking on behalf of the existing residents of Duplex Village Development on New Bern Avenue, near the intersection of Raleigh Boulevard. I'm excited about the city's project to multiply the amount of affordable housing there through the purchase of and development of existing parcels. It is troubling to read reports of the seller, 3 points, evicting my neighbors from the surrounding parcels, and I would like to hear more about how the city will protect my neighbors whose homes the city has purchased. Raleigh is preparing to spend millions more on existing parcels, and I was surprised that I couldn't find a standard by which the city guarantees comparable housing to residents displaced by its purchases. Will the city's comparable housing be nearby? Will it have the same access to public transport? Will it have a lease guarantee? Will it cost the same or less? Our city, Raleigh, is prepared to ask my neighbors to leave their homes as a part of a plan to improve the community. My neighbors should be rewarded. This city has already paid a development company across the country for use of the land. What is the city giving to my neighbors? Raleigh has good intentions. I believe in the mission of increasing affordable housing, but we can't ignore the history of displacing Black communities for a citywide improvement. I ask the city to announce what they're giving back to the individual residents displaced for the greater good. Furthermore, I ask the city to publish a set of standards to which all future developments can be held, one that guarantees displaced neighbors a healthy life and rewards them for their part in improving the city. Thank you.
Could I ask Larry Jarvis to come up and address this issue if he would?
City of that are Parker Realty, and our plans are, as we have vacant units become available within our portfolio, to offer opportunities to tenants in good standing to move into one of those available units. And of course, all of our units are inspected to make sure that they are compliant with all codes. They're in good condition. So most of the people will be moving into better housing than they're currently in at Duplex Village.
Okay. Could you address the displacement issue?
Again, we have around 12 tenants in the units that we bought. No one is being displaced or asked to move. They would be given opportunities to move into city-owned units elsewhere as we have vacancies become available.
So this is a similar process as to what was used at Washington Terrace, where no one was displaced.
Similar in concept, yes. Again, we have units that we own. We have vacancies from time to time. Tenants at Duplex Village in good standing will be given those opportunities to move into vacant units elsewhere within our portfolio.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jarvis.
Question for Mr. Jarvis.
Oh, okay, sorry, I did not see your hand raised.
So when they're given the opportunity to move, will they be able to pay the same rent, or are they usually faced paying more rent?
We'll probably be paying less rent. Right now, the rents at Duplex Village might be $650 to $950, depending on when someone moved in. The rents would generally be lower within our portfolio.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. Sorry.
Councilmember Branch and then Councilmember Fort.
Yes, at this time, I just want to be sure, Larry, we don't have plans developed yet. So we basically took over the lease of those who were there for the property that the city purchased.
Yeah, we the next step will be to look at what we want to rezone the property to. and then down the road some kind of process to select the development partner through some type of open and competitive process, probably an RFP or something like that. But again, in the meantime, the tenants are sitting there. They're under new leases with Barker Realty. And again, as we have vacant units elsewhere, they'll be given the opportunities to move into those vacant units and in most cases pay less rent.
And so we're looking possibly 2 to 3 years before we start moving on any plans, roughly.
That's probably pushing it out there. I would hope that it's a shorter time frame than that, but I would say 1 to 2 years.
Okay.
Councilmember Fort.
Thank you. Mr. Jarvis, I know you indicated that there are about 12 families that would need housing, but your statement was if we got the units available, do you anticipate that we'd have enough turnover that those 12 families would be accommodated before something happens with the property?
Yeah, right now we anticipate over the next few months anywhere from 6 to 10 vacancies occurring.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jarvis. Next, we have Barbara Smalley McMahon.
Mayor, she's not on the call.
Okay. Sean Davis.
Sean is also not on the call.
Okay, thank you. Next, we will have Falls Park. I'm going to call out each name. We have grouped all the speakers together to create more efficiency and letting them bring forward their comments. Some are speaking for 2 minutes, some for 1.5 minutes. And I am going to ask that we start with Elizabeth Gardner. 2 minutes, the clock set, and she has a video she would like to present.
Thank you, Mayor. Elizabeth Gardner, 306 West Acock Street. I want to thank you all for your time this afternoon and everything that you do to make Raleigh a great place to live and play. We appreciate the opportunity to share what we feel will be a world-class amenity for Raleigh. Some of you may not know what this type of park looks like. There are not as many of these in the Southeast. So I'd like to share this short video of Clear Creek Whitewater Park in Golden, Colorado. This is somewhat what Falls Park would look like.
Originally, when the Whitewater Park was designed, this was a neglected creek corridor. Now we've been able to design all sorts of recreation features that brings everyone downtown. We were thinking we were building this for paddlers. What we have found is the Whitewater Park is now being used by tubers, canoers, kayakers, swimmers, families taking picnics, people just walking down want to have a great place for lunch. The Golden Whitewater Park and River Corridor is a break from the city. On a hot day, this is a great place to hang out.
We just loved how Clear Creek Park really drew everybody together. You know, even if you don't want to get in the water, you can come and sit, watch the water go by, dangle your feet. It was just such a community gathering spot. A really neat place. For Falls Park, just a quick history. The Army Corps of Engineers and Wake County drew up a plan for a whitewater park when the dam was built back in 1978. So this is not a new idea. It's been part of the News Corridor Plan for more than 30 years. A year-long feasibility study was finished back in 2012, and so now we're asking for final planning and construction funds in the next Parks Bond. In early March of last year, yes.
Your time is up. I'm sorry. And I was on mute. I was trying to tell you that.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we will go to Maddie Lazo Chatterton. A minute and 30 seconds, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about Falls Park. My name is Matty Lazo Chatterton, and I live at 223 Twin Oaks Place, Cary. I am here to support Falls Park. In other words, I am supporting a dream that will come true for so many families of different generations and from all walks of life. Falls Park will provide a much-needed access to the Neuse River near Falls Dam. In my visits, I have observed that it's used by fishermen and their families, and a great percentage of them are from the Latino Hispanic community. Falls Park will provide large rounded stair-step boulders to make access to the river safe and easy. Now it's a lot of erosion and banks are slippery. The work in Falls Park will improve the rapids, making a fun spot for tubing, swimming, wading, paddling, and fishing. It will provide much needed parking and bathrooms. It will help plan the 80 acres next to the river, becoming a destination outdoor adventure park in North Raleigh. There are over 100 parks like this in our country. We need one in our area. Please put Falls Park on the next Parks Bond. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. Next, we have Consuelo Cui.
Mayor, I don't see Consuelo on the call.
Okay, next we have Mercedes Restuca Clem.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Mercedes Restuca Clem, and I'm a lifelong resident of Raleigh and now live in Harrington Grove at 5154 Fairmead with my husband, who's an avid outdoorsman, and our 2-year-old daughter. Growing up off of Millbrook, my family used to frequent the community events that were hosted at our community parks. And in fact, my parents actually met at one of those events at Lions Park in the 1970s. We'd go fishing, we'd have grill outs. So the area below Falls Dam is a really popular place for families to enjoy the outdoors. And as Matthew mentioned, many of them go fishing and they play in the water, and a large number of them are Latinx families. I go to the Greenway by the Falls Dam to go on walks there, and it is currently really hard to get down to the river by the banks. It's steep and it's eroded. Kids are always out there. They love to play in the water, and their parents are fishing, but it is dangerous in places. And so Falls Park would include an easy, safe access to the river and some small rapids, which I think would have been really cool having access to growing up. And as my little girl grows up, I think it'll be fun to have a park to go canoeing and kayaking and tubing. I was just there this weekend, and the parking lot fills up really quick, so more parking is needed. And as someone who tries to stay hydrated and with a potty training toddler, it would be really nice to have more bathrooms in that area. So I'm asking you to include Falls Park in the next Parks Bond, and it would create a special feature for Raleigh. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Antonio Truba.
Go ahead, Antonio. Mayor, Antonio is unmuted, but I'm not sure. Do you want to? Oh,
Do we want to have him call back in again and then we'll come back to him?
yeah, I think that's a good idea, Mayor. Antonio, if you can drop the meeting and come back in, maybe then we'll be able to hear you.
Okay. Next, we have Elsa Maria Jimenez Salgado.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I greatly appreciate this opportunity to speak today. My name is Elsa Jimenez and I live in 13028 Saxon Way here in Raleigh. And I've been a Raleigh resident since 2008. I came here on a temporary job assignment with the Foreign Service of my country, and Raleigh was meant to be because I've been here ever since. This is a place where I met my husband and my daughter was born, and nowadays I am very proud to call Raleigh my home. One of the things that I've always enjoyed from this beautiful city is the outdoors, the majestic trees and the wildlife that is present on every corner at the blink of an eye. From the perspective of an outsider, I truly believe Raleigh has done a great job balancing the green areas with the city's growth, which should be a role model for other cities. Last year was a super hard year for everyone, and my family was not an exception. I must confess that the outdoors were a saving grace for us, and I realized how blessed we are to have so many things to do. I have friends in several countries, and believe me, they were not that lucky. A lot of them were trapped in little apartments surrounded by concrete. It just made me realize how blessed we are to be here. I would like to ask for your support for this Falls Park project because I just think this park would give the community I think this park would give continuity to what the city has been doing on a very high level by combining the green spaces with progress. And as a mother of a 4-year-old, I would love to be able to take my daughter to a park where I would have peace of mind that she will be safe and that she will be able to have fun at the river. That's why I decided to log in today and respectfully request for your support for this project. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Next, we have Louisa Scott.
Good afternoon, council members. This is Luisa Scott. I live on 705 Kilder Farm Road, and thank you for your time. So I love the outdoors, and therefore I'm here to please ask you to include Falls Park on the next parks one. For decades, the area near Fallston has been a place where fishermen and their families go to enjoy the outdoors. A large percentage of them are Hispanic and Latino families. I work with the Latino community, and I feel that it's really important to have nice places to go outside because a lot of times they are inside working and they don't have much time to be outside. So it's really important to have nice places for the families. So while the fathers fish, the mothers and children go down to the river to play and sit by the water. No access has been built to get to the riverbank, which is steep in places, which is very dangerous. The trails that people have created are steep, slippery, and eroded, making it hard to get to the water and even dangerous in places. Falls Park will provide an easy and safe access to the river. As a young lady looking to have children, I would love to enjoy sitting by the water and watching kids play and go tubing through the rapids in a safe area. This part of the river is very beautiful with rocks to climb on and nice shady trees. Adding rock steps and small rapids will make this a very special place for families to visit. Also, since the Greenway was built...
Louisa, sorry, but your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Caitlin Tunn. Just a reminder, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Hi, Caitlin Tunn, 314 West Jones Street. Good afternoon, Raleigh City Council members. Thank you for taking the time to listen and hear about Falls Park. Outdoor recreation is something that is both near and dear to my heart, but also many other people in the community. After taking several outdoor recreation courses at NC State, my passion and love for the outdoors grew even more, and I found a community with people who share the same passions and love. As someone who is active in the outdoors, I know that Falls Park will have a positive impact on so many others in the community. River parks have so many benefits, from improving the quality of life within the community members to promoting healthy living and help to stimulate the local tourism economy within the Raleigh area. Because Falls Park would be free to the public, it would help promote inclusivity and be a great way for people to come to the river who may not be outdoorsy. It's important that people have accessibility to enjoy outdoor recreation, and this would be a great way to promote healthy living by encouraging people to get outdoors and enjoy the sun. Lastly, if the pandemic has taught us anything, it's that the outdoors is a place that brings us all together, a place that serves as a therapeutic oasis for many. Falls Park would also help motivate people to protect, preserve, and take care of the river and ecosystems surrounding it. Falls Park would bring local tourism and stimulate the local economy within the Raleigh area. It would become a place where people across the North Carolina could come, enjoy, and participate. I'm asking you to think about all the positive benefits, and thank you again for taking the time to listen.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. Dana Hoffman.
Good afternoon. Dana Hoffman, 3101 Glenwood Avenue. I am an attorney who's been practicing here in Raleigh for more than 30 years, but today I am addressing you as president of the Carolina Canoe Club. The Carolina Canoe Club is the largest and oldest paddling club in North Carolina. Currently, we have 500 registered members in North Carolina alone, and I am speaking to you on their behalf today. Our members have supported development of Falls Park for more than 15 years. Our members routinely travel to venues with paddling opportunities, and our members would love to stay local at Falls Park. Our club knows that Falls Park is more than a destination spot for kayakers, which is why we so strongly support this project. Many of our members travel with their families, and they would welcome a park that has whitewater features, but also places for their families to wade, swim, tube, and fish. Just think about the Clear Creek Park video that you just watched. The Carolina Canoe Club puts its full support behind this project. On behalf of our more than 500 North Carolina members, I would ask you to fully support the next phase of this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joe Stewart.
I'm a resident of Raleigh, grew up here, and want to speak on behalf of this from the standpoint of the viability of this project as a part of the municipal bond issue. In the early 2000s, I served as Chief Deputy State Treasurer and read more than my fair share of official statements from municipal issues. And I'm always mindful of the fact that when you take these types of bonds to market, you want to be able to show that the investment returns the highest quality return for the citizens of the community that ultimately are responsible for the financing. I can't imagine a better project than this to fall within the scope of these park bonds. It's an innovative, creative project. It's attractive to all. It maintains and enhances the quality of life of the citizens of Raleigh. I strongly encourage you to consider including Falls Park project in this bond issue. I think you'll find the ROI for this is as great as any project that you could put within this issue. Thank you.
Joe, could we have your address, please, for the record?
Sure. It's 219 D as in David, Park Avenue.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for being here today. Next, we have Kendall Harris.
Good afternoon, Kendall Harris, 10961 Pendragon Place. Thank you guys very much for having me. I am a Raleigh native. I am a supporter, and I'm a member of the Parks Bond. I remember before the COVID happened, Falls Park had some great synergy, and we know we went through this pandemic. There's a great deal of support and enthusiasm for this project in the spring of 2020, and the Parks Bond sought public input. I'm a supporter, a local resident that grew up in Oban Village, but now I live in North Raleigh, that this is a great opportunity for all people, regardless of how do you find diversity, inclusion, and equity. I live in the same district. I live about 3 miles where this project is being planned. It's a great opportunity, as everyone has said, about fishing, canoeing, even what Elizabeth showed about the video. North Raleigh, as we know, continues to grow. But when we say North Raleigh, we think about different zip codes, but there are people from all levels that need the support. And North Raleigh continues to grow. and the parks and amenities need to grow as well. As we know, parking has probably been an issue and a consistent concern in this area and has only gotten worse with COVID. This is an opportunity for a unique park in Raleigh, in North Raleigh, that will help our city and continue to grow and stand out as leaders in parks. Again, thank you. As we had synergy again around this a couple months ago, please take in consideration this bond again as we come forward. Thank you for your time. Have a great day. And I'll say this, thank you guys for what you do for putting up some of the concerns about others. So thank you guys very much for what you do.
Thank you, Kendall. Much appreciated. Next, we have Rick Higgins.
Hello. I have some slides. Is somebody going to present those? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mayor Baldwin and City Council members. Rick Higgins, I'm a member of the Falls Park Board, 618 Smeads Place in Raleigh. I'm going to take you for this, particularly for those of you not familiar with the park, some quick overview of the features. Go to the next slide, please. I'm going to speak quickly here. So what you see here is there's a lot of additional amenities in the area here. Not just the Falls Dam area and the Greenway, but you've got Forest Ridge Park, you've got the Mountain to Sea trails, you've got the tail race at the dam, the lake itself, the Leonard Track. The Whitewater Park is a small part of this. You can see here, there's so much going on in this one area, just begging to be a park. Next slide, please. So this is an aerial view, low water view of the river. You'll notice the island in the middle. The north side is the main channel. The Whitewater Park is really at the bottom, south side on a small channel. I've heard some concerns about impact on wildlife and fish. The main channel, all of this rocks, typically when the dam's releasing, that's covered. The Whitewater channel is there at the bottom. It will take up very little, it's not in really the main flow of the river. If you go to the next slide, please. This itself is a more detailed view of the Whitewater Park. It will have 3 features, and as mentioned by many speakers, it's got a lot of improved access to the riverbank. And keep going, next slide, please. And as mentioned,
Rick,
yes.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay. That was a quick 90 seconds.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And feel free to send those slides to City Council via email, or we can have staff forward that to us. Next is Ben Nielsen, and this is 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ben Nielsen. I'm a river designer with McLaughlin Whitewater. I'm actually based in Sleepy Hollow, New York, and had the privilege of being involved many years ago in the preliminary planning and design of this project. And I was asked to speak today, really as someone who has designed a lot of these parks all over the U.S. And really, I can just say kind of firsthand knowledge that these projects just have a tremendous impact on the communities where they're done. And I think really at the core of these projects is this idea of healthy rivers and healthy communities. And really what that means is that, there's an opportunity to restore and revitalize the river. And there's an opportunity really to reconnect the community to their river through a host of areas. We talked a little bit about access, but also just other kind of diverse recreational uses. I think one element that has been very clear to me is this idea of social benefit of these projects. There's been a lot of folks that have talked today around social justice and inclusion. And I can just say that that's something that I think provides some of the best value of these projects. There's great whitewater in North Carolina, but the access for all people to that and the ability to connect with fast moving water on a hot day and be able to engage in activities they wouldn't normally otherwise have an opportunity to, I think is really important. The other element is that there's often a misconception that recreation projects and environmental causes or kind of ecological preservation are at odds, and that's really not the case. I think there's a lot of opportunity here to not only provide that recreation, but also to do it in a way that expands and enhances the habitats in this river. And I think that really speaks to what's going to need to happen here from a permitting perspective. There has been some questions around the complexity or difficulties with permitting. I can just say that from my experience, the permitting challenges for this site are no different than the other, dozens and dozens of projects across the country that have done this. And I really think this idea of a holistic approach around really the ecology, the habitat with recreation is going to be really the key to, really getting this project built. And I just, in closing, I just love this project. I just think there's just great opportunity. And I can say that I think that the citizens of Raleigh will be so pleased if this project can come to fruition. And just thank you so much for considering this project and your time today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bob Zerzek.
Yes, ma'am. This is Bob Zarzecki. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. My name is Bob Zarzecki, and my company is located at 8412 Falls of the Noose Road in Raleigh, about 4 miles from the proposed Falls Park project. I'm here today to speak briefly of the environmental permitting that will apply to Falls Park. I'm an environmental consultant with over 25 years experience, to include 5 years with the North Carolina Division of Water Quality, 401 and Buffer Permitting Branch. I grew up in Raleigh since middle school, graduated from NC State University with a degree in Fish and Wildlife Management. I've worked and raised a family here. I've lived within close proximity to the new spillway area for over 37 years. I've fished and paddled this section of the river numerous times and routinely trail run and mountain bike at Forest Ridge Park and the surrounding game lands. I've been involved with the proposed Falls Whitewater Park for over 10 years, to include serving as an officer of the Falls Whitewater Park Committee. The Whitewater Park portion of Falls Park will require a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers environmental assessment and Clean Water Act Section 408 approval, as the project is located on and proposes improvements to Corps property. The EA and Section 408 approvals are essentially the same process that the city did with the Corps for Forest Ridge Park. The Whitewater Park will also require a Clean Water Act Section 404 permit from the Corps and Section 401 certification from the State Division of Water Resources, as well as a Noose River Buffer authorization. These are essentially the same permits issued for other similar projects in the Southeast and across the country, such as the Nantahala River trout stream in western North Carolina and the Ocoee River in Tennessee. I anticipate the EA and permitting process for the Falls Whitewater Park to take about a year to complete. The city has already had interagency meetings with the Corps, Division of Water Resources, and other associated review agencies. We have recently discussed the project with the new Corps project manager for this area, Mr. Lyle Phillips. The Corps will continue to be the lead agency for permit reviews. Mr. Phillips said he's yet to deny a permit and that the project may be eligible for certain nationwide permits, to include nationwide permit number 42 for recreational facilities. But if not, certainly a standard individual permit or possibly even a letter of permission. This is consistent with past guidance provided by the Corps and as applied to numerous other Whitewater Park projects across the country. Mr. Phillips also confirmed the section.
Sorry, Bob, your time is up.
Yep, does go quick. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Laura Kroger.
Thank you. My name is Laura Kroger. I'm from Denver, Colorado, and I work for the Mile High Flood District as the engineering director. And I'm a huge promoter of creating public spaces that are safe, beautiful, and provide multi-benefits. As part of that role, I've had the privilege of serving on the South Platte Working Group, and we have very similar values to the Falls Park, in that we envision the river as a whole to enhance the economic, ecological, and social connections for the community. When I first became aware of the Falls Park project, I visited the website, and it reminded me of the start of one of our most recent projects we completed, which is called River Run. This stretch of river had little going for it when it was started. It was essentially a large ditch with a lot of exposed rock and was located in an underserved community. I was just down at the park recently with my teenagers, who have now become part of the river surfing community. And this is now an area of energy and excitement. We have a wide variety of in-water users, from river surfers, stand-up paddleboarders and kayakers and boogie boards, and fishermen and tubers. And I think what's most fun is watching all the little kids that just want to get their feet wet, skip rocks, and find crawdads. But the activity doesn't stop in the water. There are so many people that are on the banks watching the activity, just taking their lunch breaks and simply reading a book. River Run has been a huge hit in an underserved community that brings all the items we value together in a free, outdoor, healthy, safe space. So I strongly encourage you to see the potential in the Falls Park project and decide that your community is worth this investment now and for generations to come. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Next, we have Hill Caro.
Yes, I'm at 205 Key Ridge Drive in Morrisville. Honorable Mayor and council members, unlike many cities of its time, Raleigh was founded near a tavern rather than a river. Fortunately, over time, the city has grown to include, but not yet fully embrace, its most notable natural feature, the Neuse River. Similar to that tavern in the early days, though, the river has become quite a destination. That is, to the extent it can be, since there is no park to accommodate the local populace and showcase this great natural attraction. I work in sports and recreation here locally, and these are the reasons I am encouraging you to add Falls Park to the next Raleigh Parks and Recreation bond issue. One, the activity level along the Neuse River below Falls Dam every weekend and most weekdays is now, in my experience, roughly comparable to the busy level at Raleigh's oldest park, Pullen Park. Two, importantly, the active people there at and near the river represent literally every demographic of Raleigh citizenry. Three, making Falls Park a reality is likely the only opportunity in our lifetimes for the city to create genuine access to our Neuse River for the general public. Four, Falls Park will add a very different, unique, and guaranteed highly popular and heavily used attraction to our park system. Five, the pandemic has driven most people of all walks of life to get out in and more fully appreciate nature, and Falls Park will significantly expand and enhance such offerings for Raleigh residents. Finally, Raleigh loves to think of itself as a world-class city, but think of truly world-class cities. I bet you are hard-pressed that do not have a river or a major waterway associated with them. Even Durham has the Eno River Park and a mini river flowing through American Tobacco downtown, but Raleigh literally has nothing in that regard in comparison. Therefore, I strongly urge the council to include Falls Park in the bond issue and take
Hill,
another big step toward Raleigh's world-class city.
Your time is up, Hill. Thank you. Next, we have Shane Brown.
My name is Shane Brown. I live at 161 Main Divide Drive, and I'm the director at the Carr Family YMCA.
Shane, we're having trouble hearing you.
Right, one moment. All right, is that any better?
No.
Better there?
No, Beth?
Yeah, Shane, it sounds like your headset may not be fully connected. If you want to, you can jump off and come back on and try again. Mayor, we do have Antonio back on if you want to move to him and come back to Shane.
That would be great. Let's do that.
Great.
Shane, call back in, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. It's an honor to be here. My name is Antonio Trueba. I recently moved from Mexico City. I live in 500 St. Albans Drive in Raleigh. I apologize for the technical difficulties earlier. I believe that if Falls Park is funded, it will provide much needed access to the river, as the few ways to access it right now are not safe or easy. This beautiful natural resource should be available for anyone to enjoy, no matter their age or physical condition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Beth, do we have Shane back on?
Let me check. That was pretty quick. Yeah, we have him back on.
Okay, let's try this again.
Hello, can you hear me any better?
No, Shane, you sound really far away.
All right, one moment. Can you hear me any better now?
Yes, you're perfect now.
Okay, great. So my name is Shane Brown. I live at 1661 Main Divide Drive, and I'm here today on behalf of Falls Park on the Neuse River. I am the director at the Carr Family YMCA, and I'm right around the corner from Falls Park. Speaking because I love rivers, I love outdoors, and I love giving people access to the outdoors, and in particular, access to rivers. As we've heard over and over today, access in the Falls Park area and just below Falls Dam is a challenge. In particular, parking is a challenge. And if you have ever spent any time in that area, you will know that there is almost no parking. So the two parking lots that exist there are the parking lot at the Tail Race fishing area and the canoe launch. Those parking lots both existed well before the Neuse River Trail, which is there now. And the Neuse River Trail, since its creation in 2011, has added thousands of users to that area. Additionally, the only restrooms in that area are at the Corps of Engineers parking lot, and it's just 2 bathrooms, and oftentimes they are out of order. And so I think it's particularly important that people are there. Thousands of people are coming to this park and to this area to use it, and we want to make sure that the infrastructure matches the usage. And so that's why we're asking for our park and our proposal to be added to the parks bond. I hope that you'll consider the things that you've heard today, and I hope that in particular, you will consider this opportunity to create something incredibly unique for the city of Raleigh. As Hill said, this is our river, and this is our chance to embrace that river and to create a space for all of the people that are there. If you do go to that area, I would encourage you, walk down to the water, put your toes in, get a chance to feel what it's like to be near the water, under the shade and in the trees, and what it's like to enjoy that space and enjoy the calm that a river can bring to people. Again, this is our chance. This is our opportunity, and this is our river, and I hope you'll support Falls Park on the Neuse River.
Thank you, Shane. That is the end today of public comment.
Madam Mayor, if I may comment.
Sure.
Thank you. So the proposed Falls Park would be in District B, and as someone that grew up on the Allegheny River in Pennsylvania, I certainly support the idea of Falls Park and opening access to the Neuse River. And so I want all the speakers to understand that I would support this project. It would be part of development of the Leonard Tract, which is as one of the speakers indicated in their map, the water park is essentially part of and directly adjacent to the Leonard Tract right on the river. And I'll speak more to this during council concerns regarding park needs in District B. The Leonard Tract and the Falls Park are one of the needs in District B. And so I'll say a little bit more about that later in the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have report of the Planning Commission.
Planning and Development. Here with 3 items to report out. I'm also joined by Commission Chair Roberta Fox. Should there be any direct questions for Planning Commission? So these are the items that are currently scheduled for June 1st. As you can see, there's a lot of them. And so all the items being reported out today are all received unanimous votes from the Planning Commission, and we're all deemed consistent with the plan. And so staff is recommending a afternoon public hearing on June 15th. So these are the 3 items. I'll go through each one and then take the presentation down so you can act. The first one is Z1021 on Creedmoor Road. This is a request to rezone around 6.7 acres from its current zoning of residential 4 to RX7 parking limited conditional use. Sign conditions have been received, so you can schedule the public hearing today. Planning Commission reviewed this proposal, found it to be reasonable in the public interest and consistent with the plan, and recommended approval unanimously, and staff has recommended a June 15th public hearing. Second item is Z6920. This is at 1302 Oberlin Road. This parcel is located just north of, or just on the corner where Annapolis Drive, which is the off-ramp from westbound Wade Avenue onto Oberlin Road, is located. It's about half an acre. The proposal is residential, and Planning Commission also found this consistent with the plan and recommended approval on a 9-0 vote. June 15 public hearing recommended. Last item is 2751 Page Road and 0 TW Alexander Drive. This is about 36 acres to be rezoned from R10 to, R6 to R10 conditional use. Conditions have been received. Planning Commission has recommended approval unanimously, and again, a June 15th public hearing date is recommended. With that, I can take any questions, or you can move to schedule the public hearing.
Are there any questions for Ken? Would anyone like to make a motion to schedule the public hearings? Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I have just heard from some constituents in District A about the Creedmoor Road site rezoning Z1021, and I'd like to ask the council to hold this over for 2 weeks and give me a chance to do some due diligence and background work, and I'll come back on the 1st with a recommended date for scheduling. And that should allow us sufficient time to get it on for June 15th, consistent with the staff recommendation. So that is my request today, council.
Is everyone okay with that? And do we need a motion? City Attorney.
Yeah, I would just include that as an amendment to the motion to set the public hearings, with the exception that that one be held open for 2 weeks.
Councilmember Buffkin, would you like to make a motion to that effect?
Yes. Yes, I make that motion.
So that is to schedule the 2 public hearings, but hold Z10 until June 1st. Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem Stewart has seconded that. Councilmember Knight, do you have a question, or?
I guess are we doing all 3 of these rezones at one time? I'm sorry, I missed that, the motion with his, with.
Yeah, the motion is for Z11 and also, let's see, Z69, move that to the, approve that for the June 15th public hearing. And Councilmember Buffkin has asked that Z10 be held until June 1st. That is the motion, and seconded.
So if I heard you correct, the 3 and 4 are June 15th, and number 2 is June 1st.
No, June.
That's what you just
The
said.
first one is being held until June 1st. That's Z10.
Okay.
The other 2 scheduled for June 15th.
Okay.
Okay. All right. All in favor, please raise your hands. Okay. That passes unanimously, clerk. Let's see, next we have special items, rezoning Z2220. I am going to leave this, I've been excused from this, going to mute, stop my video, and Mayor Pro Tem, I will ask you to take over.
All right, Ms. Walter, do we have a presentation, or do we just need to schedule this rezoning?
We just need to schedule the hearing. The case has been modified slightly. There are details in your backup, and I'm happy to walk you through those if that's helpful, but it's ready to be scheduled.
Great. Councilmember Knight, this is your district. Are you ready to move forward with scheduling this hearing date?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I move to place this on the agenda for June 1. Under, I guess it would be, stay under special items.
It would be a public hearing.
Public hearing. Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry. Yes. It's a
All
plan,
right.
just so everybody knows, it's a plan development. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Knight. And I think Councilmember Milton seconded. And Councilmember Fort, you have a question?
Yeah, were we trying to move some of the public hearings to June the 15th because the public hearing meeting scheduled for June the 1st was long? Is that what I understood, or am I mistaken about that?
We brought forward the special items today with a recommended hearing of June 1st. You could certainly defer these to the 15th if you like, but we put
just
the
making
report
sure.
of the. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So we have a motion to set this public hearing date on June 1 with a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Clerk, that is unanimous, and I believe we can bring Mayor back for Z4420. All yours, Mayor.
Thank you. Z4420, let's see. This was deferred from the May 18th meeting at the request of the applicant. Do we have conditions that have been submitted, Bynum?
Yes, ma'am. The applicant has offered an additional condition that provides for a 20-foot preserved buffer along the southern boundary of the property. And you could take action today to set the public hearing. Again, this was recommended for June 1st because it had been on the agenda previously.
Councilmember Branch?
Yes, I move that we set a public hearing for June 1st, just due to the controversy around this case.
Okay. Do we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem is seconded. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Right, the next special item is rezoning Z4920, 3624 Tryon Road.
Yes, ma'am. The public hearing for this item is closed. It closed April 20th. The applicant has submitted some revised conditions that increase the protective yard requirements. You could take action today, or you could, the last time you discussed this, I believe you agreed as a group not to defer again. So I think the question is whether or not you want to take action today. The new conditions require a 50-foot landscape yard with a berm and a fence on the east side of the site. So that's the change since you saw this last. And I do believe the applicant's available if you have questions for her.
Okay. Does anybody have questions for the applicant? Okay. Do we have anybody who would like to make a motion?
Madam Mayor, before we make a motion, I'd like to make some comments about this particular case, since it's in my district.
Thank you.
Thank you. This case has been on our agenda for quite some time. It came out of the Planning Commission with a vote to send it to us without a recommendation. I think the Planning Commission looked at it a couple times and could not come to a consensus. It's deemed inconsistent with the 2030 comprehensive plan. It's also not consistent with our future land use map. The applicant has operated a business in this location until it was discovered that the land was designated or permitted for residential use and not for an industrial or commercial use. Ultimately, the applicant ended up moving from this location once those challenges were discovered. So the applicant is not currently being displaced from this particular property. The neighbors in closest proximity have vigorously opposed this rezoning. They've cited a number of environmental issues and concerns, such as air pollution and noise pollution as a number of their objections. To be quite frank with you, I've not heard from anyone in close proximity or throughout District D that support this rezoning. In fact, to the contrary, the people who contacted me about supporting this particular rezoning are folks who live outside of the district. The neighbors have, made some investments in their property, which I think we have to give some consideration to. And to be quite frank, I don't know that adding trees will create the appropriate buffer for the noise issues that are cited by the neighbors, based on what they've experienced when this business was operating in this location without being properly permitted or in the right zoning condition. I'm very sympathetic to the applicant, but there's no demonstrated need to have this particular project operating in this particular space or in this particular location. The business is not currently there, and it doesn't seem appropriate for this particular space. So as the representative for District D, I wanted to make my objections noted for the record.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember, for your comments and all your work you've been putting into this case. When I first heard about it, it felt pretty black and white in terms of the situation we were looking at. I was really troubled by the idea that this would be industrial zoning next to residential. But as I learned more, it is much more in line with a commercial use instead of an industrial use. Councilmember, before you pointed to some of the trouble with the timeline of when the city rezoned and the business operating there. And so it's never as black and white as it seems, unfortunately, in some ways. And so I do have a concern that if we didn't rezone this and someone applied for commercial zoning next door, that it would then in turn become a gas station given where it is next to 440. Like that is one of the most obvious cases. And so I do think this is a better use, this rezoning application is a better use of the property than that use. I also really appreciate that the applicant is going to be cleaning up the brownfield site that exists there today. And I'm not sure we would get that amenity out of any other rezoning. So with that, assuming there's no further comments, I'm ready to make a motion when council is.
Please do.
Yeah. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 18th, 2021, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Do we have a second? Councilor Branch has seconded. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Opposed? Okay, that is a 5-3 vote. Clerk with Councilor Fort, Buffkin, and Cox in opposition. Thank you. Okay, next is public request for text change authorization.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Justin Rometta from Planning and Development. The next three items, as you've stated, are public text change to the UDO authorization request. So just a brief procedural overview. As you'll recall, text changes requested by the public were formally brought to you through the public comment portion of your agenda. There was a text change adopted and effective late last year, text change TC-10-20, that revised the process a bit. So current process is that applications are made to staff by the applicant. We bring them forward to you in this format, and council can decide to authorize, not act at all, or refer to a committee. If authorized, staff would work with the applicants of all of these text changes to bring a draft to the Planning Commission, and from that point, it would just be the same process that any other text change would follow. So I can pause there. If there's no questions or comments, I can move on to the first request.
Please move on to the first one. Let's go through them and then discuss.
Okay, so first request is modifications to affordable housing parking requirements. Current rules for affordable housing for all multi-family housing requires parking based on the number of bedrooms. So a studio or one bedroom apartment requires one space up to 3 spaces for a 5+ bedroom apartment. All affordable housing units are afforded an exemption where each unit is allowed to provide one space regardless of the number of bedrooms. And what's proposed is the language you see on the screen there, reducing affordable housing parking by a rate of 1 space per each unit with no more than 1 space required. And so effectively what that would do is make it such that a studio or 1 bedroom affordable housing dwelling unit would have no required parking, and anything above 1 bedroom would still retain the 1 space per unit standard. So obviously there's impacts there that would potentially reduce the number of parking associated with these types of developments, less impervious surface, less land devoted potentially to stormwater management devices, more land available for actual dwelling units. Of course, there is the potential that these units could be underparked. However, staff does recommend that if council decides to authorize that you structure the ordinance such that no parking is required for any affordable housing unit, regardless of the number of bedrooms. This approach is a slight expansion of what the applicant's requesting, but we feel justified. These parking requirements for multifamily housing were revised over the past year, and we would want to avoid having to come back and revise the affordable requirements in the near future. We're also of the understanding that most affordable housing utilizes the low-income housing tax credit, which requires its own parking study that's based on market rate parking requirements. And so there's a level of comfort there that these sites would not be underparked. And that's it for the first request.
Councilmember Melton, did I see you with your hand raised?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just have a comment, and I would be prepared to make a motion. My comment is I think we should be eliminating parking minimums citywide. We've already done it downtown along transit overlay districts. I understand that we may need to be taking an incremental approach, and I think this is a logical next step. So I would support the staff's recommendation to eliminate all the parking requirements for affordable housing complex as we continue to do our work. So that I would be willing to make that motion at the appropriate time.
Councilmember Knight.
So along with what Councilor Melton just said, I'm just trying to be clear. If it's a 2-bedroom or greater, then there would be a minimum of 1 parking space required. Is that correct?
That's what the applicant requested. What staff is recommending is that there would be no parking required for any affordable dwelling unit.
Right. Okay. But the applicant, so y'all are different than them. And so what Councilor Melton, you're supporting what the staff is bringing forward.
I don't want there to be parking minimums in the entire city of Raleigh. So I understand that may not be a popular opinion to take right away. So we've eliminated them downtown. We've eliminated them along transit overlay districts. Let's go ahead and eliminate them for affordable housing complexes. It just drives up the cost of housing. We need more room for housing, not more room for cars.
I would second his motion.
Please hold on. Councilmember Cox has a question.
Yes, you mentioned that with the tax credits, there might be federal requirements for parking. Could you expand on that?
It's our understanding that if a development's utilizing low-income housing credit funds, that as part of that process, a parking study is required. And in order to obtain that money, a sufficient amount of parking has to be required based on that study.
And what is the definition of a sufficient amount of parking?
I don't have that information. That's not it's not a staff requirement or a staff review, but it's on our understanding that is a process that occurs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. So following on Mr. Cox's question there, when this subject has come up in the past, I've been told that banks often have minimum parking requirements without regard to local government requirements. So I think I heard you confirming that basic reality that the text change may not have the intended result that parking requirements would be reduced or eliminated because other people involved are nonetheless requiring parking spaces. Is that right?
So this requirement would change the regulations of the city's UDO. If there were, which would, if authorized, as recommended, there would be no required parking, but that would not change any private financing agreements that a developer would need to secure outside of the development review process.
Okay, thanks for that. And one brief follow-up. So these are required minimums. If we take them off, nobody's prohibited from putting parking in their development even more than what would otherwise be required under the city code if it wasn't an affordable development. Am I tracking?
That's correct. It would not prohibit anyone from placing parking on the lot. There just would be no required.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Councilmember Cox and Fort are opposed. Okay, that's first item. The second item, towing yards.
So the second request are modifications to the towing yard regulations. Towing yards are currently a heavy industrial use. They're only allowed in one zoning district in the city, the IH district. Along with that, does require the issuance of a special use permit from the Board of Adjustment. There are other use standards that include prohibition on storage of parts, so they can be used for vehicles only. There are protective yards required along the perimeter of the property, and there is a 1 mile spacing requirement between any tow yard to another tow yard. What the applicant's proposing here is to expand the districts where the use is allowed by adding it to the industrial mixed use district. The IX district would retain the requirement for a special use permit from the Board of Adjustment in that district. And the applicant is also proposing to remove the spacing requirement. So obviously this would be an expansion of where this type of use is allowed, potential for increased proximity to residential uses. There's very little land that's zoned IH in the city today. There is, however, a lot of land in the city that's zoned IX. So certainly would open up additional opportunities for this use to be located throughout the city. So for those reasons, staff would recommend that if council decides to authorize this text change, that we include the use standard that you see on the screen there, basically requiring a 150-foot separation from any adjacent residentially zoned property for any tow yard. And that's a number that's used throughout the code for other similar types of uses when adjacent to residential. And that's all for request number 2.
Councilmember Branch.
Yes, I definitely would have concerns about the impact on and understanding where all the IX is, but I know all we're doing today is authorizing a text change, where we'll go through planning and then come back to us for a public hearing. So with that, I'm willing to move forward with, initiating this, but going through the process, highlighting areas that can be impacted currently. I know things can be rezoned, but currently would be very beneficial information for me in moving forward.
I actually have a question related to this. What is the impetus behind this? I mean, and who is the applicant?
The applicant was an attorney who represents a tow yard operator that's currently in the city. And it's my understanding that the operator has been looking for additional sites in which to operate and has had trouble finding them due to the limited availability of IH zone land throughout the city.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, did you have your hand raised?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Branch, I wondered if you would, if your motion included staff's recommendation too about the setback from residential zoning.
Definitely. I mean, we're going to have setback, but as we go through this, all of that will be worked out.
Great, thank you.
I'm still not sure I have an answer to my question.
I might be able to help you because the lawyer had called me first. I think that they're maybe losing where they have their current use and can't find another location to relocate to. So they're seeking to, and Justin, you can correct me if I'm wrong, they're seeking to change the regulations so that they will have an alternate place to operate. Is that right, Justin?
You're on mute. Still on mute. Robin, do you know that, do they have a specific site in mind?
I don't know that. I know that I had just been contacted and presented with a question to which I referred them to planning to go through the process. But I do think that based on what that attorney represented to me is that it's hard to find a place to, the property where you could start this use new is hard to find, very hard to find. And so that was the reason for the request. And Justin may still be muted because he may be stuck on mute. You can nod your head. Is that correct?
If you can hear me, yes, the city attorney is correct.
Okay,
Yes.
now we can hear you.
If that makes any sense.
Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, and if I understand, Councilmember Branch is just suggesting that we go ahead and let staff start the process. There's going to be the whole text change process with public comment. Probably the opportunity to send it to committee once we get a draft. We don't have a draft right now. I would have additional questions that I think would be helpful. I also think this sort of ties in timely with some of the public comment we heard from 2 weeks ago where folks were concerned about predatory towing in the city. So perhaps having this text change with that topic in a committee so we can discuss what are our ordinances on predatory towing, and then also what are we looking at for land use with regard to where towing companies can go. So I would be fine with supporting Councilmember Branch's motion, getting the process started, but I think we need to do more work on it, which we can do once the proposed text change comes to us. Because right now we don't even have anything. They're just asking for the ability to draft it. So I will second Councilmember Branch's motion, but I wanted to just clarify where I was at on it.
Okay. Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of council, I've got a lot of skepticism that this would be appropriate. In my experience, IX zoning can be found in the strangest of places. And I take to heart Mr. Branch's comments. We're just moving to start a conversation here, but I'm skeptical enough that this is not an appropriate conversation to even have, that the effort would be wasted, because I can't get comfortable with the idea and principle. So respectfully, I'm going to vote no on this motion.
Councilmember Cox.
I second Councilor Buffkin's views on this matter, and I will be voting no.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, I'm going to call Councilmember Branch?
How about this? I'm willing to do this. Can we place this in my committee and then bring it back to the board, and then we can decide if we want to move forward or not?
I think that would be a good idea.
And then that way, any questions that need to be answered or resolved can be held there. So I'm willing to pull this into Transit and Transportation Committee. And then, because I will be honest with you, I'm not 100% sold on this, but I need more information before I make a decision.
Right.
So,
okay, Councilmember Melton.
I think that's a great idea, and perhaps the person who requested could also come speak at the committee. And I would like to make a friendly amendment, if I hope this isn't too much of a lighting off. Can we also have the predatory towing ordinance looked at the same time? And can we just do like a towing committee discussion, and it can be this, and then looking at the predatory towing issue that we were talked to about 2 weeks ago?
we can do that in June.
Okay, we put both of those in at the same time.
Yeah, we can discuss both at the same time if the council as a body is agreeable. I think they're separate, but
I would like, first off, Councilor Cox has a question, but I want to ask the city attorney something. Councilor Cox?
Yeah, I would certainly support having a discussion about predatory towing, but I don't want to link it to this other thing. I just don't support the expansion of IX for towing purposes.
Okay, so can we just separate these for now, and let's, I guess, make a motion, Councilor Branch, to move this to your committee. Councilor Melton, do you want to still second that? Okay, so that's for the towing yards. All in favor? This is to send it to committee. Anyone opposed? Councilmember Cox is opposed, clerk. Okay, this will go into your committee. Predatory towing, I think, Councilor Melton, I would like to ask our city attorney to perhaps provide us with some options here, or even that we have a work session on this item.
I'm glad to help with that, Marshall. I think that was already on the to-do list, is get the information for back to council on that. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct. RPD is doing a follow-up item either this Friday or next Friday.
Okay, and why don't you, make sure that just our office is in the loop, because there is some case law on what you can and can't do in this respect. Right. So make sure that we can let council know that as well.
Sure.
Yeah, we did look at this item several years ago, predatory towing in law and public safety, and we did make some changes, but we were limited on what we could do. But I'd like to look at that with some fresh eyes. Clerk?
I just wanted to clarify, the only thing going to transit and transportation is this proposed text change.
Towing yards.
Towing yards. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, next, Cameron Park Conservation Overlay District.
Okay, so third and final request is to the Cameron Park Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District. That's an existing NCOD that was established in 2006 and later modified in 2010 and as recently as 2017. So there's a list of proposed modifications that include a change, a reduction to the maximum lot size in the NCOD from just under 22,000 square feet down to 10,000 square feet, a new minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet, a modified front yard setback going from within 10% of the average front setback on the block base to within 20%. There are changes to the garage entrance setbacks. Then there are new standards for both detached garages as setback from an alley, as well as new maximum gross floor areas for accessory structures and ADUs. Also maximum building envelope for principal structures, a new maximum building envelope for accessory structures and ADUs. And finally, there are some limitations proposed for fill to preserve existing site topography. So some impacts there, obviously changing minimum lot sizes could impact the development types, the types of housing or building types that could be built other than single-family homes. We feel that some of the proposed regulations, notably the limitation on site grading and topography, are outside the scope of what an NCOD is typically permitted to regulate. And we'd just like to point out that the neighborhood does have the option of creating a historic overlay district if they so chose.
Can we go to that first item with the minimum lot size just for a second? What kind of, you said it would, it's the next page. New maximum building envelope, no, it's the next page.
Was it the maximum and minimum lot sizes?
Keep going. Yeah, use the staff comments. So minimum lot size could impact the development of certain housing types. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. So this proposes, as I mentioned, a reduction in the maximum lot size down to 10,000 square feet, which, as you know, there's a text change being drafted currently, the missing middle TC 5-20, which would allow some additional building types. The majority of Cameron Park is zoned R6. R6 is proposed to allow townhouse units, and with that maximum lot size reduction, that could prohibit the ability for folks to build townhouses in the NCOD.
Okay, thank you. If you would like to continue.
Sure. So if council chooses to authorize, we do recommend a few changes. One, as I stated, removing the provision related to site topography and grading. We would also like to work with the applicant on a simpler approach to their building height and building envelope changes, perhaps utilizing some methodology that already exists in the code instead of introducing new language that may be confusing for both staff and applicants. There's a few extra steps since this is an NCOD. If you were to authorize the text change, there would be a staff analysis of the built environmental characteristics. The results of that study would be mailed to the property owners within the study area. There would be a neighborhood meeting that's held. And finally, if and when the text change got to public hearing, those within the study area would receive mail notice of that as well. And that concludes the presentation.
Do you know what prompted this request?
This was it was brought forward by the neighborhood group. I think their stated purpose was to kind of modernize and adapt their existing regulations to some changes that they've seen happen in the neighborhood over the past few years.
Okay, Mr. Cox, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, it said there was a specific person that made this request. Who was that?
The applicant on the application is Mr. Robert Mosher.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to ask to take this into committee to review into the housing committee, because I think we need to look at what are the potential impacts of this. So I'm going to make that motion. Who, Mayor Pro Tem or Councilor Cox? Okay, when you're doing this, I don't know this. So Councilor Cox has seconded this. So all in favor? Wait a minute.
Mayor, a question. Is this going to Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Communities
Yes.
Committee? Oh, thank
Yes.
you.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Councilmember Melton is opposed. Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Next item is the tax increment grant policy. I'm going to do this item, but then I'm going to ask for a quick break before we go to community engagement update.
Good afternoon, members.
No, this is.
Good afternoon.
This is supposed to be the tax increment grant policy. And then we're going to take a quick break before we get to community engagement.
So I think, Mayor, you want me to address this matter.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This item is back before you again today to get a final vote and to clear up some confusion and just for points of clarification about what action took place on May the 4th. On May the 4th, Council approved the draft TIG policy. However, there were some clarifying points or questions raised in regards to rezonings and additional language that came out of the ED&I committee. As a result of that, staff has before you the final version of the tax increment grant policy. And before council can choose to review or respond to that, I will turn it over to City Attorney Robin Curran, who can then speak to the clarifications about rezonings and development agreements.
Are you ready for me now?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. As Marshall said, there was a question during the discussion about the tax increment grant or TIG policy item at the last meeting. And the question was asked basically about how a TIG and a rezoning interact with each other if both are requested for a single project. And should rezonings be a part of the TIG policy in any way? And our office was basically asked to get some information in response to that. I think the short answer is no, that should not be a part of the TIG policy because tax increment grants and rezonings are different legal tools with different processes and requirements. And while you could ask for both of them for a single project, if those are the only two requests that are going forward, they could be done concurrently at the same time, but they wouldn't be dependent on each other or be done in a single procedure. And the reason is because a TIG is an economic development tool that involves an agreement where the city makes a promise and the developer makes a promise. And a rezoning is a legislative decision, which is actually a law where the rezoning becomes a part of the zoning map, which is a part of the UDO. And under North Carolina law, the city cannot make a promise as a part of a rezoning case because that's contract zoning. So those two, if they're the only two things that are going on, would be pursued separately, although they could be done, their timing can run at the same time. So there is, however, another tool, which is called a statutory development agreement, where Councilmember Buffkin had brought up a question about a specific project. And there were some other council questions about what is a statutory development agreement. So these kind of fit together because that tool, the development agreement, does provide an avenue by which, among many other things, the council could allow a rezoning and a TIG or some other kind of public-private partnership to be considered in a single instrument. And basically that procedure is governed by North Carolina General Statute 160D, Article 10. Development agreements had been in the statutes for a long time. They weren't used a lot. There were a lot of restrictions, acreage requirements, and things like that. And in 2019, the legislature loosened the rules, gave a lot more options for development agreements. And And basically what it does is it provides authority for the city to enter into a bilateral contract with a developer and to incorporate that agreement, among other things, into a zoning case. And if the statute is followed, it's not considered to be contract zoning. So in theory, if you wanted a TIG and a rezoning to be related, the tool to do that would be a development agreement, and it would look something like this, hypothetically. You would have a development agreement. Part of the terms of the development agreement could include a tax increment grant. That you can basically do anything in the development agreement as long as it's legally authorized. So if you had a development agreement and part of those terms were a tax increment grant, where both sides were making promises, under the development agreement statute, you could have a rezoning that was going on at the same time. And one of the conditions of the rezoning could be you will comply with your development agreement. So you're pulling that whole development agreement into the rezoning. And that is a tool that can be used, but you need the development agreement piece in order to do that. And what that does is a couple of things. It lets the process negotiate together, which you couldn't do without the development agreement. And it also gives an additional enforcement mechanism for the promises in the development agreement, because they become enforceable through zoning enforcement and not just through like a breach of contract, which would be normally what happens if you don't follow your agreement. The purpose of the statute, it was originally started and has now, been clarified that is intended to provide more flexibility than traditional zoning would allow if preferably, or it's thought for bigger projects, large projects that have a lot of investment, take place in phases and over a number of years. And the thinking, or what the statutes say, is that allows for a better project, better for the city, better for the developer, and better for the community if you can, use all of these pieces together to reach an agreement. Now, the process, just briefly, it looks something like a rezoning. Basically, it starts at the staff level, comes through sort of an application process, if you will, and it can't be approved without a public hearing by the city council. So the backup memo with the agenda goes through more specifics, and we've also included the statute. But each one is unique, of course, depending on the project, but the statute does list a number of terms that every development agreement must have. Those include the duration, the uses that are allowed, and public facilities that will be provided, when they'll be provided, and who will pay for them. It could be shared, and there are among others. Because it is an agreement and not an ordinance, more topics and requirements than the city council could unilaterally impose in a rezoning can be included in that type of as a part of a development agreement. With respect to notice and engagement, every piece of it would have to follow whatever notice and engagement each piece had. For example, what I was just talking about, if you had a rezoning and development agreement that incorporated a TIG, then you would have to do the notice and engagement for each part of that. So because there's a rezoning, you have to have neighborhood meetings. And because it's a rezoning, you'd have to go to the planning commission. Public hearing is required under all three of them. So it would be the same thing you would have to do for any of them. And if it's just a freestanding development agreement, that is a council public hearing. Now, the last point, you can use this tool by relying on the statute. It doesn't have to be in the UDO, but the statute does give council the authority to establish procedures and put them in the UDO as long as they're consistent with the statutes. So we have been working with planning. We have a pretty good draft of a UDO development agreement process that is a part of the 160D rewrite that was already underway, and that should be coming your way sometime soon. Historically, there have been certain cities who have used development agreements. It hasn't been used a lot over the years. Part of the reason of the amendments in 2019 was to make it so it was more, there were more options and there was more flexibility. So by putting it in the UDO, it can just be one more tool that council could consider for projects that they believe are appropriate for development agreements. It's not anything anybody has to do, but again, it's just one more thing that I think recent events have sort of shown that the more options that council potentially has, the better it is. So if you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them. And I know it's probably more complicated than more legal.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes, okay, so state statute says development agreements are legal. And you're proposing that we develop an ordinance so that we have the procedures in place that are consistent with the state statute to allow for development agreements. How long will it take your office to develop that ordinance? And can you give us any insight right now about what would be the process for initiating a development agreement?
Well, first, we don't have to have it in the ordinance. We are putting it there just because it's one of those. 160D has a lot of pieces, and one of them has things that you can do, but you don't have to do. If it's in your ordinance, I think it's easier for staff to know what the requirements are, for the public to know. Normally, they don't go to the statutes. So for that, and we've pretty much done it. And the way that we have set it up to date is we pretty much just picked up 160D and then dropped it in the UDO. The process is, it's that it would start at a staff level, there'd be a pre-meeting, they would do their analysis the same way they would do in a zoning and bring it to the council. And at that time, you could have a public hearing, you could set it, you could send it to committee, you could do basically whatever vetting mechanism that council was comfortable with once they had, what the developer and the staff had put together, and then you can do whatever you want with it. Take terms out, ask to add them, and sort of work through it. But generally,
okay, so would it be initiated like through a request of a developer or through the request of council? I mean, what would be the process for initiating?
Well, I think you could do either one. Putting on my developer attorney hat, I think if I wanted to do it, I would probably call the district council person and the mayor and the mayor pro tem and sort of, like people do in a zoning case and sort of get a feel for it before. I think someone's probably contacted Councilmember Buffkin about this. That's sort of how that got underway. But technically, under the statute, it's not like a text amendment the way that the statute is set up. It's not like you get permission to ask before you ask. You wait and get the terms, and then you work off of the terms once you get them instead of trying to do it before it comes in the door, if you will. So that's the way that the process has worked. A couple of cities have used them more often than others. And one of the reasons that the statute was changed to say you can incorporate it into a zoning condition is one particular municipality in North Carolina was doing that. And I think they believed very successfully. And so it was thought that that was a good option to move forward. And it's not contract zoning, even though you're bringing a contract into the rezone.
So I think what you're saying, I'm kind of lost, to be honest. I think what you're saying is that there's really no place within the TIG policy for this language, that it has to be separate, and you're working on this separately.
Yes, but if in the future a project were to come in the door and you said, I want you to do your TIG and your rezoning as a part of one procedure as opposed to two, then the response to that request is then you must use the development agreement tool to do that.
So who makes that request? The applicant? Or I think Mr. Cox was trying to say, is this something the city can initiate? So I'm trying to get some clarity here.
Well, it's an agreement. So whatever happens at the end, both sides have got to agree to it. I mean, I think the way that would work in reality is that someone would bring a project into the planning department and they would say, this looks like a good candidate for this particular tool. And that's how it would move forward. Or a developer would contact a council member and they could say, well, why don't you look at this development agreement tool, because this is a large project that's going to go over several years and have a lot of phases. And if you want commitments from the city, which you can't do in a rezoning, then you can get those commitments in a development agreement. For example, you could say, we'll pay for half of the parking deck and the developer will pay for half of the parking deck, which normally couldn't be done in a rezoning.
Why would the applicant or developer, though, contact a council member? It seems to me that would be a staff-driven function.
It should be a staff-driven function. I'm just talking about in reality, if sometimes applicants reach out to council members before they initiate a rezoning, but it should be a staff-handled procedure until you get to the council level.
Councilmember Cox?
So if someone came to one of us proposing to use a development agreement, we could refer them to staff. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that would be the thing to do. And I know that Pat Young, our planning director, has done development agreements in Durham too. So he has some experience in that. So it's really just looking to see if it's the correct tool for that particular project. I think the bigger question was, how do you consider a TIG and a rezoning at the same time and concurrently? And the way that you would do it would be to use this particular tool.
So a council member wouldn't have to get 5 votes in order to initiate this?
Not under the statute, no. You would not have to do that. It would come forward, and then whenever it came before you, you could at that time just have a public hearing, or again send it to committee, or just send the text changes that just came through.
Well, I'll ask this of Councilmember Bofka. Do you think that sounds like a reasonable procedure?
Thank you for that question. If I may, Mayor, respond. I do think that's probably the way it should work. And one other possibility in the scenarios that the city attorney was just speaking to is that our staff, being the diligent, hardworking civil servants that they are, never reaches an agreement with the developer. They say there's not enough public benefit to even take this to council. And that may be the end of the conversation if the developer is not willing to come with some serious public and community benefits. I really don't think the council's equipped to handle the kind of early stage and kind of subject to change kind of let me back up and say that at an early stage in the process, I don't know that the council would have enough information to say, yes, we should talk about this, or no, we shouldn't. I think that our staff has probably got enough insight into the council's thinking and the technicalities of the code that that's probably the best place to start. And because development agreements can do so many more things than financial arrangements like a TIG, a lot of this stuff may just be opportunities to make our city government function a little more efficiently with respect to things like encroachments in the right of way and variants of policies and so forth like that. So a lot of it can cover nuts and bolts stuff that's just going to be helpful to us in making the city run more efficiently. But I think our staff is probably in a good position to have the first look at this and say, yes, we do think it's a good candidate. We do think there's some potential benefits for the public, or not, and then kind of let it go through the process gather some more input, and then it starts to get more formal the further along it gets, including coming to council for an official public hearing.
Okay, let's get back to the tax increment grant policy. It's clear that can, Mayor Pro Tem, you had asked if it could be somehow incorporated. The obvious answer is it cannot. But we have this policy that has gone from draft form to final form. There were changes made that I had requested in the language regarding community engagement, and makes it very clear that community engagement would be held as part of the process for any community benefit type agreements. So I just want to make sure everybody has read that and has clarity with the final language. We good? Okay. So let's deal with this issue then. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Yes, and I'm sorry for the deep dive on what a development agreement is, but I also think it's a really great opportunity to understand that we have multiple tools for the development of different types of amenities and economic development in our city. And so this is just one more tool in that toolbox for how we work with the folks who are helping build the community, the city we want to see in the future. And that includes things like affordable housing and stormwater infrastructure and so on and so on. So with that, I would like to move that we adopt this final TIG policy today. And I think that's all I need to say.
Okay, seconded by Councilor Melton. By show of hands, all in favor? Opposed? Councilmember Cox is opposed. Clerk? Passes 7-1. We can continue the other conversation on another day. And Councilmember Buffkin, you had your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And whether we continue it or not, that's fine with me. I just wanted to make clear that with our action today, we're in a position that the staff could receive requests from folks who might want to pursue a development agreement.
Oh, we've always been in that. I think your
Okay.
TIG policy is in place is the deal right now. And so anybody that wants a TIG, that they have a guide to go by as they move through that process.
As opposed to a development agreement, which is now, the criteria is now being developed for that.
Yes, but the procedure is available by the statute. So anybody could use it, but they would have to go to state law to know what to do, if you will. So once it gets in the UDO, then they won't have to go. They'll have it right in front of them with all the rest of our regulations.
Okay, I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute break and we will be back here. Just turn off your video and mute, please. Thank you.
and thank you for calling Wild Birds Unlimited. We are open. Our showroom floor is open from 10 a.m. until 4:30 p.m. Monday through
Oh, come on. I'm just trying. My phone has run constant.
Thank you. Next, we have our community engagement update. Linda?
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. It's nice to see you this afternoon, and we appreciate all that you're doing for our city. I will be brief in my introduction. Today, Mickey Fern will come to you to provide a summation of his work over the last 10 months, and he will also present recommendations as a foundation to support the new Office of Community Engagement. So thank you for your time, and we've had a great time working with Mickey. And so without further ado, I'll give you Mickey Fern.
Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin and councilors and city staff.
Good afternoon,
I must
Mickey.
say I'm a little excuse me?
I said good afternoon.
Oh, thank you. I must say I'm a little worried about my traffic ticket that I'm sure I'm going to get, but I'm sure I'll get through that. I want to say this has been a really interesting journey, and this ends the first phase of something, but it's not the end of something. It's the start of something. So I want to say how much I appreciate you having trusted me with this. I think the whole community engagement system is calling out for help. It's not the community's fault. It's not the CAC's fault. It's not the council's fault. It's not the staff's fault. It's a system that came together and aged, and it's calling out for something, and it's calling out for something new. Before I go on, I want to share with you who the members are of the external committee that I've been working with, and it's an interesting committee or task force. There were people who were critics, there were people who were allies, and there were people who were both. And we've met 3 times, and the conversations have been lively, but they've been informative. And so those people are Elke Wheel, who is from the Hispanic Advisory Board, Rasha Mohammed, who's a Equity and Youth Development Consultant, Fevin Smith, who's from a refugee organization, Christina Jones, who is from the Raleigh Citizens Advisory Board, Samuel Hershey, Donna Perry, who is with the Chamber of Commerce, Ulysses Lane, Nick Neptune, Donna Bailey, Andrea Martinez, and Jeff Mirison. They're being really helpful as sort of a communications conduit. They're bringing things from their constituencies, and I hope that they're taking information back to their constituencies. I wanted you to know who they are, just so you know what's going on. This is my last official presentation. My contract ends. I am willing to move forward in any way you deem appropriate. I believe I've immersed myself in it and understand there's a finality to it. But if there are other things I can do, if there are other ways I can be helpful, I certainly want to do that. So if we could take a look at the slides. So I've been advised not to talk about a lot of things that I've talked about before, but I always believe sometimes there's meaningful redundancy. Sometimes I think there are things that need to be said over again just to stress the importance of those things. So you'll hear very few of those things, but you will hear some. All right, these are the challenges, and you've heard some of this before. The preeminent recurring themes expressed by constituents that they want addressed. The quote, believe that when human beings are invited to work together on what truly matters to them, they will take ownership and responsibility for moving their issues and ideas into wiser actions that last. Restoring trust, you've heard that, improving transparency and communication, insisting on and demanding accountability, and that has to be accountability not only with city staff and with the council, it also has to be community accountability, eliminating justifiable skepticism. The people from the community want you to accept leadership and to engage more and to support. I heard a lot about constituents wanting you to be out in the community more. And I know what the limitations are of that, but that's been said. They want to make sure that there's adequate funding for community engagement. And a question that I will not ask you to answer now, but needs to be answered, is how will we sustain the work of this external task force once my work is complete? And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. The community has consistently asked that there be a definition of community engagement. We have presented this before. At some point, I'm hopeful that you don't necessarily adopt this definition, but you create your own definition so everybody's real clear about what we're working on. You know, when I got up here, I kind of wanted to say, my name is Mickey Fern and my address is 201 Lord Berkeley Road, because I want people to acknowledge the fact that I'm a citizen as well as a consultant. Community engagement is a way of ensuring that community members have access to valued social settings and activities, feel they can contribute meaningfully to those activities, and develop functional capabilities that enable them to participate fully. It is the constant flow of energy, knowledge, and information between constituents and their government. That is a definition of community engagement. Part of that is borrowed from the city of Seattle. Part of that comes as a result of my work. At some point in time, the people I've been working with have said they want the council to come to some conclusion about what community engagement is. You've seen these proposed underlying values before, so I won't go over them, but it's another recurring theme. It's another thing that I hear about over and over again. So we're going to have a conversation about what's proposed about the Office of Community Engagement and the Neighborhood Enrichment Unit, and that both of those units, if that happens, will work constantly and seamlessly and collaboratively with Office of Equity and Inclusion and appropriate community stakeholders to discover ways to inspire and sustain the engagement of constituents who have not been drawn to, have been excluded from, or have been inadvertently discouraged from engaging in public process. There are some joint responsibilities that these two units will have to share. We're breaking the work up, I guess, for organizational reasons, but the reality is that this work requires collaboration between these two units. And what I've listed here is the joint responsibilities of those units. Communication, equity and inclusion, innovation and creativity, continuous learning, collaboration with constituents and stakeholders, budget and funding. Lead the implementation of community engagement as a citywide core organizational value as opposed to disparate episodic activities. Identify which community engagement issues are universal to all constituents and which are the unique community engagement concerns of specific communities, and create responses to both. In my work, I sort of saw that there are people who believe that there's certain things around community engagement that people might not be interested in. Some people believe, for instance, that poor communities aren't interested in zoning and in economic development. And I don't think that's necessarily true. I think they're preoccupied with the immediate survival needs that they have in those communities, but I think concerned about the development of the city is a universal concern. However, there are specific concerns with specific communities that need to be addressed, and we need to pay attention to that. Design and implement continuous learning and capacity building strategies and activities for all city departments, community organizations, and consultants conducting community engagement on behalf of the city. I sort of want to stress the need for consultants who are doing work, community engagement work in the context of their work, make sure that their community engagement is consistent and aligned with what Raleigh ultimately demands in terms of what its continuous engagement is. I think there are lots of consultants working with the city who are doing community engagement the way they do it, but it does not necessarily reach some of those populations. So I think we need to provide training for those consultants, and we need to hold those consultants accountable for doing community engagement the way Raleigh wants to do it, as opposed to the way they want to do it. Collaborate with the Office of Equity and Inclusion to determine how racism, internalized oppression, learned helplessness, and justifiable skepticism impact the inclination of ethnic, cultural, and poor communities to participate in community engagement. That's a responsibility of both offices. Create new portals, inspiring and sustaining the engagement of constituents new to community engagement. Ensure the appropriate use of technology as not to replace other personal and intimate forms of engagement. Find and sustain the correct balance between post-COVID, virtual, and in-person engagement. Identify opportunities that address the generational inadequacies of community engagement activities. All right, so as I thought about it, this is sort of the responsibilities of the units. The neighborhood enrichment unit, I'm using a metaphor of an atom. The Office of Community Engagement is the nucleus. They strategize, implement, monitor, evaluate city engagement policy, internal and external strategic community engagement practices, determine the overall direction of community engagement policy, and develop and implement community engagement policy. That's in the nucleus of the atom. The neighborhood enrichment unit are the electrons. They design, coordinate, lead, and deliver, evaluate, direct community engagement programs and services to our residents. And we also have to consider constituents as electrons. Those are the ultimate electrons. And getting those electrons moving and getting those electrons engaged is critical to any success that we have. So that kind of is what I wanted to say today about what we've come to. We've talked about a lot of things you will see in the appendices, in the appendix of the report I submitted, what we talked about along the entire journey. One of the things I'm concerned about is that systems are created to support the people and serve the people who created the systems. And when those systems become fully formed, it's difficult for any people who are new to those systems to come into those systems and to find power and to find response. So we need to take a good look at that. I sent you guys a video. I hope you had the opportunity to look at it. I thought it explained perfectly where we are. We've had one system that was created years ago and has evolved, but in its evolution, there are some challenges that we have to address. We're creating a new system that is hopefully going to be better, but there's going to be a lot of tension and a lot of friction between what happens with the old system and what happens with the new system. The people who had power in the old system are going to try to retain that power. They will try to disfranchise the people who begin to lead the new system. And so what we have to do is to make sure that we have the right bridge between the old system and the new system. I believe that the task force I'm working with can be critically important in terms of articulating some things about what that bridge needs to be. And I would certainly like to continue to work with them. We're going to go through a period called a muddle period, where we are not what we were and we are not what we're going to be. And during that muddle period, there's going to be a lot of interesting dynamics and a lot of distortions. I think the thing that I'm most concerned with is how the dynamics of this work, about how easily people get irritated with each other, about the festering hostility during that muddle period. And the thing that's true about the muddle period is the chaos that exists in the muddle period gives the people who historically had power. because they can continue to do what they do, but it keeps the new vision from occurring. So we have to make sure that we're conscious of this modal period, that we effectively deal with the human dynamics of this. One of the things that's true about a community is that a community is a place where people rise above their self-interest for some collective good. And in certain situations, what I have seen is there are people who see their self-interests as the collective good. And that's always dangerous. We have to look out for what the needs of the city of Raleigh are and how Raleigh becomes a great city, as opposed to just looking at specific concerns. So in the transition, there's certain things I'm involved in, and I'm doing this without permission. Well, I don't mean I'm doing this without permission. We have talked about some of these things before and the significance of these things. We talked about doing some kind of welcome to Raleigh event for new citizens who come to Raleigh. So we take advantage of the excitement and the energy that they have coming to a new place and talk to them about the city and talk to them about how to get engaged. And I think that's one of those things that we need to do. We need to bring people together because gathering is what builds trust. I believe that we should start the process of hosting. And what that means is to identify around the city community rooms where people come together. And I don't know if we do it once a month on one night or if we do it over a period of time, but community rooms where people come and discuss the issues that are important to them, whether the issue is sustainability, whether it's equity, whether it's public safety, that we provide rooms around the city where people can routinely come and discuss those issues and take the information from those rooms to bring to you. Setting intention, creating hospitable place, asking powerful questions, surfacing collective intelligence, trusting emerging, finding kinship, harvesting and learning, and moving into wise action is what the intention of those issue rooms would be. And this would have to be a collective responsibility of the Department of Parks and Recreation, maybe the planning office, maybe the community engagement unit, but there's several people would have to be involved in this. But the more we get people together to talk about what's important to them, the more trust we develop. And so we call those issues events. I am working with a person from Linda's office, Rebecca. I'm working with a person on my team, Rasha, and with Janice Odom, who does Caldwell Fellows at North Carolina State University, to begin to create a conversation with young people about what it is that they require in order to become big citizens and civic stewards. I think I think we need to be aware of what kind of city we want this to be for young people. I mentioned that there are people that there is no strategic youth development plan. I found now 3 cities. Will Marks found these for me. I've found 3 cities that have strategic youth development plans, and I think it's something that the city of Raleigh needs to do, to figure out how we need to engage young people and to figure out what kind of city we want this to be for young people. Communication is critical, and I think there needs to be a website that captures this change, the kind of events that we're involved in, and of course, equity, inclusion, and alignment become critical. So in this space between this moment where I am theoretically done and the next phase of organizational structure that is created, I believe that we need to take advantage of that space to keep the energy going, to keep people involved, to get additional people involved. So with that, I'm ready to answer any questions you had about the report I submitted, about the various responsibilities of the office, about the vision, mission, about the definitions. I will answer any questions that you've got about that. So let me know what you need. Any questions?
Okay. Do we have any questions for Mickey? Councilmember Branch and then Councilmember Knight.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say, Mickey, thank you for your work and for your service of what you brought to us. And I think my question really is to council and to staff, and it's basically on how we move forward and what's next. I know there's some information coming in the budget that I think will provide some clarity on what's next. But I think we need to those who have been involved, I think that group that a list of names that Mickey named is a very diverse group for our city that we could keep, that I pray, and I'm asking that we keep together as we kind of move forward. But those are kind of my comments.
Well, and I want to say something about that group. Thanks to Fabian, who is on Linda Jones' staff. We made an intentional effort to make sure that the group was balanced with traditional citizen advocates, but we also got people from immigrant and refugee and poor communities to have on that committee, and the interaction with the people on that committee is fascinating, because you have the people from the poor immigrant, cultural, ethnic, refugee communities have a totally different reality than the people you're familiar with, the Donna Baileys and the Will Marks and those kind of people. And to watch that group interact and begin to be conscious of and respect the needs and feelings of each other has been fairly remarkable. And so, and I think that's kind of the situation that we need to move forward within the city of Raleigh, is getting people like that together so that people experience other people's realities and understand that those things have to be included in whatever community engagement we do. So I'm really happy that Fabian provided this. It has enriched the group beyond measure. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. I think it was Councilmember Knight and then Melton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, yes, I want to echo what Councilor said, sorry, about your work, the amount of time that you put in it and the amount of time that others have put in it too. And I want to ask a series of questions to kind of get to this point. And I want to go off the point of that we're getting ready to talk about the budget. And so I'd like to ask the city manager a couple of yes/no questions. And it's my understanding, Madam Manager, that that you are going to be asking for the creation of an office of community engagement. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Has there ever been an office of community engagement in the city government of Raleigh that you know of?
No, sir. We had a division of community engagement that was housed in housing and neighborhoods, but not an office.
And where is this office going to be located, in your opinion, or should it be located?
Up under the city manager's office.
And how many employees are going to be working in that office?
To frame it up, we're going to start off with an office manager and then one additional community specialist. And then from there, once we get the structure and framework that comes out of this facilitated effort, we will then fully staff that office.
It's my understanding that you are going to create or want to create a department of equity and inclusion. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct.
Is that the first time that there will ever be a Department of Equity and Inclusion in the city government of Raleigh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that people heard that may not listen to the budget presentation, but that are listening to this, Mr. Fern, so that people are aware of what Councilor Branch alluded to and what you alluded to in your presentation, that the city government and this city council is getting ready to put lots of time and energy and taxpayer money into this issue, and in a way it's never been done before, that I understand, within the city of Raleigh. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate what has led to this city council, this staff leadership under the city manager, and also your leadership, Mr. Fern, in getting us to this point. Out there on the social media echo chamber, there's been talk about this process has taken too long, and that it has come to nothing. And so, Mr. Fern, do you agree with that assessment, that this process has taken too long and that has come to nothing? And also, do you think it would have been better if the city council would have led in this process, in this transition, rather than you as an expert?
So I'm going to have to remember each one of those questions. My answer to the question about whether the city council should have done it is no. I believe that it needed to happen with citizen engagement, about citizen engagement. As a matter of fact, I guess despite the fact that I've missed talking to you guys, I have respected the fact that you haven't tried to influence what it is we were trying to do. I think, and I heard somebody say early in the public comment period that this was a joke, that somehow this stuff wasn't important, and it isn't important. But it is absolutely important. It is how democracies work. Democracies work by citizens coming together and sharing their interests. So if you look at definitions of community, one thing I said is community is a place where people rise above their self-interest for the collective good. The community is also a place where people extend their love, respect, generosity to people outside their affinity groups, whether those affinity groups are ethnic, cultural, interests, whatever that stuff is. The reality is what we're talking about is building community. We're talking about building a community where people come together and understand what it is they share. And if they understand what they share, then they are more able to understand what it is that people want. So now there was another question there, and so I couldn't keep all the questions in my head. So there was, should the council have done it? How do I think it should have been done?
And do you think it took too long, this process?
Oh, I probably shouldn't say this, but this happened at the worst possible time that it could happen. How do you convene people to talk about community engagement when you can't convene anybody? So COVID was one issue. Budget was another issue. I think the budget for this was probably 1/4 of what consultants would have typically charged to do this level of work, right? So I think that, it probably lasted a little longer than it should have because I was doing it alone because of COVID, because we had to do everything virtually. But the reality is it took a long time for this process to get like this. It took years for this process to get like this. To think that somehow by virtue of my work that it would change in 9 months, it's impossible. So, but I think people's sense of urgency is what the problem is. Now, the interesting thing about this, I think the people who had the greatest sense of urgency, oddly enough, were the people who have had historical power in the process. The other people I talked to were fairly patient in terms of understanding that it's going to take a while to change that first arc into a second arc. So, and I believe that we could have done it faster, but I don't know that we would have done it as well. So that's what I think.
Well, I appreciate your comments, Mr. Fern, and I am a lawyer, but I did not know how you were going to answer that. I want to make sure people realize that. So it was a risk I was taking, but I appreciate you being very honest and forthright and blunt today and all really all the way through this. So I appreciate your leadership in this, and I hope you will stay with us as we go through the next stage of this in some capacity. So thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, Councilor Knight.
Councilmember Melton. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I was saying Councilmember Knight just showed everyone what not to do on cross-exam, which is ask questions you don't know the answer to, because that's how you get in trouble. But I appreciated the question.
You can tell I haven't been in a courtroom in a long time.
Mr. Fern, you said a lot of stuff today that I just thought was great. And I want to start with, you talked about how, there was an older system and things changed. I think the way we send and receive information is different now than it was 50 years ago, and systems need retooling. And it's no one's fault. It's not the city's fault. It's not the folks who worked really hard in the old system. In fact, I think some of those folks are some of the most engaged and civically minded people in the city. And so, I understand that change is tough, and it has been, objectively a longer process. But I think the end result of where we are is really good. And I want to highlight one statement that you put in this slide, that it's to inspire and sustain the engagement of constituents who have not been drawn to, have been excluded from, who have been inadvertently discouraged from engaging in public processes. And that, I think, is exactly where we want to be. And so, as you pointed out, that we may still be in this, I think you called it the muddle period, and there may be this push from certain folks to say, it's not working, we need to go back. We cannot go back for that very reason. For those folks who we are trying to engage, who have not been drawn to, have been excluded from the process, or have been discouraged. And so I fully support at least your recommendations, and I would like us to go ahead and move forward on the Office of Community Engagement and the Neighborhood Enrichment Unit. I do think that those two pieces will be helpful to folks who are trying to grasp onto what is the community engagement replacement. Show me something tangible that I can point to. And I think that those are two substantial, tangible things that we can move on. And so I would like to go ahead and get that going.
And thank you. And the unit that's been the community engagement unit, when I've been meeting with them, they've got lots of ideas and thoughts about how to engage people who haven't been engaged. I don't know that they felt that they've had the freedom to be able to do that, but releasing their innovation and their creativity and their energy, along with the Office of Community Engagement, is going to accelerate the accomplishment of what it is we're trying to do.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions of Mickey? I have a question, Mickey, about the Welcome to Raleigh event.
Yes.
I've seen in Seattle where they actually have a website that welcomes newcomers. And it's got all the information you would ever want if you were new to the city, where to access this, where to access that. Talk to me a little bit about the Welcome to Raleigh event. I'm curious about that and think it has a lot of merit.
Yeah, well, new employee orientation for organizations has become transactional. This is where you get your benefits. This is where this happens. This is what that happens. But employee orientation should take advantage of the excitement and the energy that people have when they're coming to a new place. There are lots of people moving to Raleigh, and they're moving here primarily because I think this is a great place to raise a family. It's also kind of a great place to retire. So the idea would be once a month, maybe at Dick's Chapel, that we would have an event where, I don't know if we're working with real estate agents or the Chamber of Commerce, where we're able to identify all the people who are moving here, and we invite them to be a part of a ritual, which is a welcome to the community. And in that welcome to the community, not only do they find out about the city and city government, I guess there are two examples about this. I've been here 7 years, and I just found the Greenway system during COVID. And now I'm on it every day. How come I couldn't go somewhere and find out that existed? My wife came here as a marketing person, the former vice president of marketing at Starbucks, and wanted to volunteer. She didn't know how to find out how to volunteer. So how do you create a ritual? And it's actually a ritual where you bring people together and you give them the information that they need to have about living in Raleigh and accessing Raleigh and participating in a powerful way in Raleigh. Now, I think that would have to be created by the Community Engagement Unit and the Department of Parks and Recreation. Those are two of the groups that would have to be involved. But it's also a great way to get citizens to understand how they can engage. So it's just, and the city of Seattle has a website. It also has a brochure that it gives to every new citizen that says, this is where you find this is how you solve a problem, this is where you go to do that. And I just think it's something that's important for new people to experience. And we might need to do some remediation and invite people who have been here a while to be a part of that kind of experience. Because for the people who came here, let's say we're going to do that, they came here before we were doing that. There's so many missing pieces in terms of their understanding of what the city does, how it operates, what kind of experience are available. I just think it's a very critical and important thing to do. And I don't think it costs that much. I talked to the people at the Chamber of Commerce about whether they would be interested in it or if they would have funds to support something like that, and that they thought they did. So it's not necessarily something that has to be paid for by the city. I think there are all kinds of people who might have an interest in this. I talked to Damon Sacosta at the Fletcher Foundation. He expressed an interest in this, as well as an interest in the youth development work. So there are just all kinds of possibilities.
Okay, I love the idea. So thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Mickey, I just want to thank you for your work.
Councilman Cox raised his hand.
I'll finish though. I want to thank you for your work on this. It was, as you said, very difficult times. You know, we're in the midst of this. You're trying to do this. There were some personal issues. We had COVID. I mean, yeah, but I'm impressed with what you've been able to accomplish, and also the team that you put together, bringing folks together to have these discussions. So thank you for that. And Mr. Cox, you had your hand raised.
Yes, I just wanted to say I like the idea of the welcoming events, and I was wondering if at a future meeting, if staff could bring back ideas on how that could be implemented.
Yeah, I think that would be part of the whole community engagement process going forward. So.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mickey.
Okay. In ending, I would like to say it's been a privilege. It's been emotionally exhausting. I've had some kind of tough times, but I've also had some wonderful experiences. I've watched people who were critics become allies as a result of having real conversations about this work, not just looking at it as a spectator or as an outsider, but getting into it and really beginning to understand what this is going to take. So thank you for that, and I'm willing to continue in any way you think is appropriate.
Thank you, Mickey. We really do appreciate you.
All right.
I think you're getting the virtual applause here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. City Manager, what is the next step in this process?
So staff will be bringing back a proposed framework or structure to implement some of the key components of the work that will come out of Mr. Fern's final report that we'll receive today, and we will bring that back in June.
Okay, June 1st or 15th? Do we know yet?
Let's shoot for June 15th.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, and now it's the report and recommendation of the city manager. So I'm handing this over to you, Marshall.
Thank you so much. So we have 4 items under the manager's report today. First of which is a report from the COVID update and our return to the workplace plan. Derek Reamer from the Office of Emergency Management and Special Events will provide that information for us.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Make sure I don't need a box to stand on here and get my slides up. Good afternoon, members, Mayor and Council. Here to give you a quick update on COVID, discuss a little bit on our return to work place planning, and then I'll actually have an action item for you all here at the end of this. So to begin, just a quick update on where we are with vaccinations. North Carolina, the state's at a little over 7.8 doses given, including a few last night at our Carolina Hurricanes game, so good news there. More than 51% of the adults 18 plus in North Carolina have received at least one dose. That number is actually closer to 66% here in Wake County, so we're doing a little bit better here in Wake County than the state as a whole. Just as a reminder, our vaccines are widely available now through a variety of providers with no wait time and no appointments. So really encouraging everybody to seek those out if you'd like it. And in other great news, the CDC did approve the use of the Pfizer vaccine for those 12 through 15 years of age last week as well. So really making good progress in supply. Now it's really just a matter of those folks going out there and let's give everybody a dose in the arm there. When we look at our city employee and our Go Raleigh cases, you can see down there our last full month was in April, and a little partial data here from May. But our cases are kind of going down and leveling off as we've seen across the board, so no real surprises there for our employees as it is across the rest of the county and the state. So talking briefly now about returning to the workplace, I think it's very important to remember that this has been a really big process, a number of departments working together to really bring our staff back safely to work. Returning to the workplace isn't just a benefit to the employees and the customers, but it is to the community as well, really impacting especially our downtown area. So it's not just getting the work done, it's really being a community partner and engaging and leading and getting folks back to work. We really evaluated everything from a broad perspective, though, because we know that things are not going to return to the way they once were. So we looked at things from a couple of different perspectives, the P's, if you will. The first one was people. We really wanted to look at attraction and retention as an employer, making sure a lot of our decisions were equitable across the organization. We looked at wellness and health of our employees. So really taking all the components of our people and looking at that. We looked at our places. This is things like our business support in the right-of-ways, such as our pedlets and parklets, the physical security of our buildings, and any modifications we needed to make to the buildings themselves. We looked at our programs. Some we needed to eliminate. Some that were created during the pandemic we wanted to continue or even enhance. We found new ways of doing things, some which were really great, and so we want to continue those. We've looked a lot at our policies, updating our telework policy, health and safety regulations and policies. So really diving deep into each of those areas to make sure that we had that policy framework to help guide our decisions. And then finally, looking at our public engagement. And this is a lot of the support and structures for our boards, committees, and commissions, including all the back-end work that's going on here today to make this meeting happen. So when we look at this, we need to remember that the majority of our organization has been here actively working in the front lines throughout the entire pandemic. They've been here every day doing their jobs. Additionally, a significant percentage of our office staff who might have been teleworking earlier in the year have already started returning to our building. So we're seeing a ramp up already. And really, we're finalizing our steps to bring the remaining of our, members of our staff in the office buildings back in some form of a rotation by the end of summer. So again, I think the take-home point here is that the city has not stopped working, and the majority of our workforce has been here on site. And it's just that lower number of folks that we got to continue to rotate in over the next few months in a safe manner to make sure that we can continue doing the work of the public. Last week, Executive Order 215 was issued by the governor. It was effective May 14th. And that lifted the majority of the COVID restrictions in the state. Social distancing was removed. Capacity limits were removed, and the mask requirement was lifted in all settings with a few exceptions in there, including schools and camps, healthcare facilities, and transportation, including transit, just to be specific there. So as we make that transition and evaluate this new executive order, we're going to continue providing a lot of those safety measures to make sure that our community and staff are safe. So we're going to continue to encourage wellness screenings at our entry points. And we're going to encourage wearing masks both indoors and when interacting with the public. We're also going to expand some services. PRCR and RCC, those venues are now able to open at 100% capacity. But you see in there, I have the little caveat that staffing is a determinant factor in that. Remember, Parks and Recreation and Cultural Resources relies very heavily on a number of part-time staff, and trying to bring all those folks back to make sure we can get our facilities up and running is something we're going to be evaluating over the next couple weeks and months. Shifting gears really quickly, and this will be the item I'd ask for your support on here in a moment. We'd like to extend our temporary outdoor seating extensions until September 30th. If you recall, we originally extended these temporary extensions until the end of all indoor restrictions plus a 30-day grace period. That 30-day period began May 14th. If you'll recall at your work session last week when Bill King came in, he's doing a lot of outreach, especially with downtown businesses, to find out what they want, and that coupled with council's request to make a lot of these permanent in nature has us wanting to buy a little bit more time to develop this program more fully. So we would like to have these temporary extensions go through September 30th, which gives us plenty of time to then create a permanent program, taking into account all of the information we receive from the DRA and the various stakeholders. And so if you're willing to entertain that, the recommended action would be to extend the authorizations within Resolution 2020-58 until September 30th, 2021, and amend Ordinance Number 2020-92 to remain in effect until September 30th, 2021. And if you are willing to make those actions, I would then also take any questions you might have.
Okay. Councilmember Branch has a question. I have a couple of questions as well. Go on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My questions around some of our parklets in areas that we set aside was previously used for maybe valet or was used for taxi service or pickups. How are we going to address those items around the parklets?
For the specific parklets and pedlets, we're going to look at each of those. Those that have been planned, we're going to evaluate them and see if there's a demand on the infrastructure. The same with our takeout zones and pickup zones. So our team, who is dealing mainly with extended outdoor dining, the parklets and the pedlets, also works closely with the transportation department with those temporary pickup zones to make sure that the demand and supply issues kind of work back. So we're going to continue to watch what the restaurants are doing in our downtown parking situation over the next couple months as folks start coming back to work and manage that demand, continuing obviously to also work with those downtown business owners. As Bill mentioned, there's a lot of comments on this. There's a lot of support for these items, but we also want to make sure that they're equitable and there's a right number of them before we just approve them all. And so, again, that's the kind of the purpose of extending this temporary program until the end of September. That gives us some time to make sure that we have something solid in place before we go forth with any permanent recommendations.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I just want to add to that the public realm, I think one of the things COVID has taught us is that we can do better. And we probably shouldn't always be prioritizing parking and valets and everything else that we prioritized. Seeing these parklets and seeing outdoor like dining, sidewalks being used, other types of things that we've done. When I go downtown, I feel safer now. And I feel it's more welcoming. So I just want to emphasize that because I think that there's been a major shift in how people perceive our public spaces. So, and with that said, you said September 30th. What is magical about that number?
September 30th, it just gives us some time to get through the summer and the fall time frame. It also aligns with some of the work the transportation is doing and evaluating some of those takeout zones. So it seemed like a good number that gets us through the summer and allows us plenty of time to evaluate this, but again, also make sure that we see how the impacts of folks returning to the workplace in downtown impact that demand overall. And we certainly might come back sooner, but we didn't want to have to come back and ask for another extension time and time again.
So Derek, on that topic too, if people like invest, like Bittersweet has invested in their parklet and others have made investment in sidewalk dining, whatnot, I would hope we're not thinking of changing that. I mean, if people are making these investments and moving forward, I would just hope that we think of those as permanent.
Absolutely, and I think that's part of the reason pushing it as far into September as we have is that hopefully it will provide them some peace of mind to know that yes, this is going to be in place for a while, with the goal, as council has stated, in trying to make some type of permanent program there. But we just want to make sure that we've got the proper things in place before we go into a permanent stance.
Okay, Councilmember Knight and then Buffkin.
It's just real quick, a question for Mr. Reamer. On panel 10, I may have missed this, you talked about expanding services. Did I miss it, or did you not mention PNC Arena? You know, some of us were fortunate enough to be there last night for the Hurricanes' first game, which was awesome with the crowd there, but it would be awesome to have it full capacity. Do you know what the status of that arena is?
Yes, sir. They are technically allowed to be at full capacity. However, I know specific to last night, there are some additional requirements the NHL has on the arena and for their fan bases. And so I believe that their number is actually a little bit lower than full capacity, but they otherwise would be able to.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad we got that box for you there for you to stand on at the podium.
Want to make sure you can see me, sir.
It's an offline joke, sorry. Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've got two questions. One follows on the conversation you were just having with the mayor. Have we looked at the council calendar, August, September, when we usually take a break, and we make sure we're going to have a meeting in time to take some action before the 30th of September?
Yes, sir. I think that's part of the reason also, to make sure we've got plenty of time. I know if we stick with your typical summer break, when you come back in August, you're going to have a large and lengthy agenda, I'm sure, and this allows for those other items to perhaps be addressed and gives us a little bit more time to get to you a little bit later in the fall.
Okay, great. Thank you. And so the second question is about mask wearing. And I'll acknowledge there may be some good reasons to keep wearing masks, modeling good behavior for people who aren't vaccinated yet, wanting to avoid, having to inquire about people's medical status. But up to this point, we've been following CDC guidelines and state mandates, which have both now been lifted for people that have been vaccinated. So can you just share a little more your thinking about the mask requirement in city facility?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Again, we're strongly encouraging the wearing of masks inside, as well as when we're interacting with the public. And I think there's a couple of reasons for this. I think one of them is we simply don't know who is vaccinated versus who is not vaccinated. And so this provides a broader approach to making sure that we're protecting our other colleagues and coworkers in the building, but it's also out of respect to the public, and making sure that they understand that city employees are respectful to them, and making sure that we're providing that level of protection. So this is something we're watching and we're continuing to evaluate, and we might make updates just as often as the CDC does. But for now, I think this is our position, and I think it provides a level of respect to the public while also protecting our colleagues here in the city.
Okay. I have a question related to in-person meetings. With the governor's restrictions being released, there's been some conversation about going back to in-person meetings. I think somebody had mentioned perhaps as quickly as June 1st. Marshall, I guess this is a question for either you or Derek. Have we given any thought to this, and what options do you think there would be?
I'll take a first stab at it, and Derek, if you want to add something, feel free to. I think that June 1st may be a little bit too quick for us, due to the fact that there are a lot of public notices and notifications that have already gone out or are scheduled to go out, that would probably not be done appropriately if we try to address an in-person meeting on June 1st. However, I do think that we could stand up an in-person meeting on June 15th.
Okay, do we want to give some thought to location? We have, we held our retreat at the convention center where we could safely space people. We've in the past also held public hearings at Mamandi Concert Hall. We also have obviously the council chambers, but probably the ventilation system isn't as good there as other newer facilities. Any thought to that?
Let's let staff go and evaluate each of those venues, Mayor, and then we'll bring back in a staff report next week some possible option and the pros and cons of each. The logistics of taking it off-site are hard to manage, but we can manage. We've proven that we can do it because we did it for the retreat. So I would like to work with facilities and work with RTN and then work with Carrie to determine what she has scheduled at her facilities over at the convention center. So if you'll give us a week to bring back a staff report, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions?
Mayor,
Okay.
if you will, if the will of the council, I would appreciate a motion on the recommended actions I read out earlier.
Would the end of October work okay?
Yes, sure.
I'm just thinking of the timing of all of this.
Certainly.
Okay, I'll make a motion then to act on both items with a deadline of October 30th. So moved. Do we have a second? Councilmember Melton has seconded. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Good.
No problem.
Good report.
Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item will be a tag team by Mary Vigue from the Office of Budget and Management Services and myself. It is with honor and pleasure that we bring forward our proposed FY22 budget. For those of us that are in local.
You missed the Federal Emergency Solutions Grant. I know you're anxious to get to your first budget.
I've been waiting all day and I said I was going to go past Lamont, but I went so fast I just totally skipped him. I am so sorry. Next we have Lamont Taylor, who will bring forward a recommendation from HUD's Emergency Solution Grants for some additional funding.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Lamont Taylor from Housing and Neighborhoods, and this afternoon I'll be presenting our agency funding recommendations for our ESG CV2 supplemental award. So the city received just over $3.5 million in ESG CV2 funding awarded through the CARES Act of 2020 to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, specifically to address the needs of our residents who are experiencing homelessness. As a condition of the funding, funded agencies must comply with ESG program requirements, including coordinated entry participation, data management through the HMIS, and a low barrier housing first approach to serving clients. The Housing First approach prioritizes low barrier housing placement without preconditions for participation. And listed on the slide are a few examples of what HUD considers preconditions. We issued a NOFA and received 15 applications from 10 agencies. And the review committee recommended 8 organizations for funding. And those recommendations are shown on this slide. These agency proposals scored lower based on the scoring criteria and or failure to demonstrate a housing first approach in their proposals, and are thus not recommended for funding. It should be noted, however, that while these agency proposals are not recommended for this funding, these agencies receive funding from other city sources as indicated on this slide. Additional funding will be available from CDBG CV3 funds through a NOFA process, which will begin with the listening session to prioritize the use of these funds. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Councilmember Branch?
Yeah, no question. I just want to say thank you for the work and what we continue to do to serve those that are homeless or unable to be housed at this time for whatever means. And as we move forward, I see we have another $2 million that eventually will be allocated as well. And this is on top of what will be in our budget that's coming to deal with homelessness and housing individuals. So I just want to say thank you for the work. And if there are no more questions, I will move for approval.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem is seconded. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Good work.
Thank you.
Now, Marshall, you can go for that budget.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. Let's try this again. As Mary approaches the podium, I'd just like to share some opening thoughts. For those of us in local government management, budget season is the most wonderful time of the year. We deem it that because through the budget development process, we are afforded the absolute best opportunity to create and design the roadmap that strategically leads us all, meaning the community, the city council, and staff in the direction of our destination. And that for us is a Raleigh for all. As you know, we are required by North Carolina statute to adopt a balanced budget. And you have before you a budget that is balanced, but it is so much more. Despite the fact that COVID challenged us over the last 15 months, the city of Raleigh is resilient, and we leaned in and rose to the challenge. I am certain that you will agree that our budget offers a renewed spirit of hope as we continue to rebound from the unprecedented events of 2020 and early into 2021. The proposed budget reflects our organizational values, community priorities, and strategic city council initiatives. It also reflects a renewed commitment to our workforce and organizational excellence. It preserves funding for public safety through the addition of staff resources to more deliberately address the growth in this city. But it also allows us to more intentionally place resources in non-traditional categories that allow us to reimagine what policing looks like in the future. We leverage existing partnerships with our nonprofit community. We address the link between mental health and public safety through the resources of the Acorns Unit, which I fully intend to replicate throughout the city after this inaugural season. We support activities through our Youth and Family Services Unit, as well as fund civilian trauma counselors and victims advocates, just to name a few. This proposed budget includes provisions for the creation of the new Office of Community Engagement and the Office of Strategy and Innovation. It also allows for us to bring forward the 4th ACM to meet the demands and the high-performing desires and organizational goals and objectives that we have desired. This budget reaffirms our commitment to the issues that challenge us to do better and be better, such as homelessness, affordable housing, equity, public safety, quality of life, stewardship, both financial and of our natural resources. It also elevates our efforts to diversify transportation options throughout the city. It sparks innovation and creative thinking in a time when many in our country tend to be stuck in what was rather than what can be. Quite frankly, our proposed budget is an investment in our future. Although I'd hoped that my first budget would not include a property tax increase, we heard you and we heard the community. The proposed budget includes a 1.78 cents tax, which includes a penny for parks maintenance and 0.78 cents for the 2020 $80 million voter-approved affordable housing bond. Both of these items are critical to the continued success of our great city. It is my hope that we will continue to recover post-pandemic because we are Raleigh and we are on the rise. Before I steal any more of Mary's thunder, I would like to acknowledge the document itself. The cover of this year's budget was designed through a competitive process and PRCR school-based programs. Out of 50 entries, third grader Jenna submitted the winning artwork. She is currently a participant in our after-school express program. Her favorite things to do are arts and crafts, playground time, dodgeball, and oh yes, snack time. And as a prize, she will receive a framed copy of her art as depicted on the budget cover and a gift card for free participation in any PRCR program. We are so excited for Jenna, and I would like to personally thank all of our participants in this year's contest. To close, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the phenomenal work of our staff in preparing this budget document. This budget represents countless hours of meetings, calculations, recalculations, and just a little bit of sweat equity. Day in and day out, we answer the call of duty with integrity, humility, and a servant heart. As such, our future is bright and the possibilities are endless. And I am confident that we will rise because we are Raleigh. I will now turn it over to Mary Vigue from the Office of Budget and Management Services.
Thank you, City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Mary Vigue, Budget and Management Services Director. This afternoon, I will present the City Manager's proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 operating budget and 5-year capital improvement program. Today's proposed budget represents the culmination of a year-long process. This process seeks to capture the priorities of the community, results from the community survey, needs of the organization to carry out existing programs, and align those needs and priorities with the Council-adopted strategic plan. Ultimately, the budget is not just dollars and cents, but instead a direct reflection of the priorities of our community. We hope from today's presentation that you see yours and the community's collective priorities represented. When we started the budget process, the economic outlook was very uncertain. This uncertainty was reflected in our initial model estimates in November, which assumed very little revenue growth. These assumptions were shared with you in February. Today, as required by state law, we are presenting a balanced budget. Our balancing strategies included improved revenue assumptions due to the unprecedented federal stimulus, which resulted in strong sales tax growth. We did not increase our capital transfers to prior levels, but we did maintain our commitments to affordable housing and street resurfacing. While our ongoing capital maintenance remained reduced, we did identify creative one-time ways to fund capital investments, including the utilization of general fund capital reserves. Finally, in fiscal year 21, we assumed a 4% vacancy rate achieved through a hiring freeze. For fiscal year 22, we reduced that assumption to a 1% vacancy rate that we plan to achieve through what we're calling a slow thaw of the hiring freeze. In total, the fiscal year 22 proposed budget for all of our funds is $1.07 billion. This represents a 5.8% growth. Our largest investments include capital and debt, infrastructure and public services, and public safety. The fiscal year 22 general fund proposed budget is $543.6 million, which includes our primary services funded through property and sales tax. This represents a 7.1% increase over our fiscal year 21 adopted budget. The increase in the general fund is partially driven by a proposed 1.78 cent property tax increase. 0.78 cents represents the increase associated with the 2020 voter-approved affordable housing bond. The proposed budget also includes 1 cent property tax increase to fund annual maintenance for our park system. This new property tax rate is proposed at 37.30 cents per 100 in property valuation. The impact of the proposed tax rate to a homeowner based on the Wake County median value home, which is about $255,000, is estimated at $45.53 per year. We also experienced growth in major revenues. With the proposed tax rate increase, property taxes increasing by 5.6%. Sales tax is also a major driver in our growth. Last year, we anticipated a 5.6% decrease in sales tax. That projected dip did not materialize, as sales tax is projected to exceed the current year budget by $11 million. The fiscal year 22 budget assumes a 1.7% increase from our current year projections. Franchise tax continues to underperform, and we reduced it in our 22 budget. Other revenues include user fees. We continue to underperform in parks, recreation, and cultural resources revenues, and so the fiscal year 22 budget includes $2.8 million in fund balance revenue replacement to continue providing programming until revenues recover in future years. Our development services user fees continue to overperform current year budget, and the fiscal year 22 budget includes an increase in those revenue projections of approximately $1.8 million. The proposed budget includes rate increases to enterprise funds as presented at the March budget work session. This includes 1.5% to the monthly base and volumetric water and sewer charges, with no changes to the infrastructure or watershed charges, which then results in a 1.33% or a 77 cents a month increase for the average residential water customer. Stormwater includes a $1.50 increase per single family equivalent unit. The rate increase will cover additional staff and capital improvement projects for the enterprise. The proposed budget includes a $1 increase per month to the solid waste rate to support yard waste collection. This includes staying at biweekly collections with the rollout of a 96-gallon yard waste container. During the fiscal year 20 budget process, parking operations had proposed a 2-year phased approach to rate increases. They were delayed last year, and the fiscal year 22 budget delays the second year again. The parking fund continues to experience losses due to the impacts of the pandemic, and it is important to note that they are being supported by the general fund in fiscal year 22 through a $4 million transfer. We always review the results from the community survey as we align resources through the budget process. Overall, our quality metrics continue to indicate positive trends in regard to quality of life and quality of services. Our workforce is a big driver behind providing those quality services. The city's compensation philosophy is to maintain a competitive market-based compensation and benefit system that ensures internal and external equity, recognizes performance and sustained contributions to the organization, and provides opportunities for growth. The proposed budget includes a 2 or 4% pay adjustment for public safety and general open range employees, depending on an employee's location within the pay range, and that is based on them successfully meeting expectations. The budget also includes a merit-based range of 1 to 5% for our broadband employees that is based on performance. The budget continues to implement City Council's living wage policy with a new living wage at $36,052. The budget implements the results of a market review where 124 benchmark jobs were compared to our peer market groups, and the market review showed that most of our jobs were paid comparatively to our peers, demonstrating our strong commitment to remaining competitive in the market. The proposed budget also eliminates the 5-year vesting period for the city's 457 supplemental retirement plan. This change will allow employees full ownership of both employee and employer contributions and interest earned as soon as they begin participation. We are hoping that this change will improve and encourage participation in the program. The fiscal year 22 budget also represents the last year of a 3-year adjustment of the starting pay for fire captains and police sergeants to create separation between supervisors and subordinates. Recognizing the uncertainty of a post-pandemic recovery for our employees, the city is absorbing the estimated increases in the health insurance program. The budget proposes no increases to the monthly employee and retirees premiums, nor recommends any changes to out-of-pocket maximum. The city boldly continues to maintain the no-premium employee-only plan that covers 38% of our employees. During fiscal year 22, staff will be working with a consultant to review our health insurance plan to ensure that our offerings are competitive in the market and fiscally responsible. All regular full-time employees are covered under the North Carolina Local Government Employees Retirement System. We call it ELDRS. Employees contribute 6% of their annual salary on a tax-deferred basis. The ELDRS Board of Trustees voted to increase employer contributions by 1.2% annually through fiscal year 22 to ensure that our pension system is sufficiently funded. For fiscal year 22, this increase totals $3 million. To note, since fiscal year 20, when this was implemented, they have represented an $8 million increase to our general fund budget. As part of your City Council retreat, you established your top priorities for the fiscal year 22 budget process. The following slides show how funding was aligned with those priorities. Based on prior direction from City Council, the proposed budget includes funding for a citywide disparity study and recommends a full-time position to assist in the management and implementation of the study. This will help us develop a plan to ensure that our contracting is equitable and supports our MWBE businesses. We are also continuing our investment in our economic development grant programs, including the Building Upfit Grant and the Facade Program. Finally, the proposed budget represents a recommitment to economic development activities through an enhanced partnership with the Raleigh Chamber of Commerce and the movement of the Office of Economic Development and Innovation to housing and neighborhoods to build synergy and capacity. An Office of Community Engagement is being established to assist in reimagining community engagement efforts. The office will lead a people-focused process that increases the collective capacity of the community to improve the quality of life for the individuals who live, work, and play here. To elevate the importance of this work, the new office will report to the City Manager's office and be staffed by 2 new full-time employees. To help advance pedestrian and bicycle improvements, the proposed budget includes a Vision Zero project coordinator. The city currently has a consultant to assist in evaluating the feasibility of developing a Vision Zero plan. This priority also includes funding a street sweeper to assist in cleaning dedicated bicycle lanes. A critical component of pedestrian and bicycle improvements is the built environment. To support multimodal investments, we are including $4 million in capital investments for sidewalk connections and repairs, ADA improvements and greenway crossings, bikeway implementation, as well as traffic calming and bike share expansion. To help elevate equity as a mission-critical function of our organization, the proposed budget includes elevating the Office of Equity and Inclusion to the Department of Equity and Inclusion. To help this new department achieve its mission, the proposed budget includes additional contractual service funding to expand citywide equity training and expanding the department by 3 positions to help manage workload. I will note we previously discussed the disparity study and a new position to support that effort. Those will also be housed within the new Department of Equity and Inclusion. The fiscal year 22 budget also includes funding to update the comprehensive plan to address equity and racial gaps. Finally, we are increasing funding for the ACORNS unit, ACORNS standing for Addressing Crisis Through Outreach, Referrals, Networking, and Service. The fiscal year 22 budget includes $24.8 million, which is the first-year allocation of the 2020 Affordable Housing Referendum. The city is also continuing our prior general fund commitment to affordable housing rental at $6.3 million. For fiscal year 22, Housing and Neighborhoods projects the addition or preservation of 598 units, including new construction, rental, homeowner rehab, and down payment assistance. This continues the advancement towards the city's 10-year goal of producing or preserving 5,700 affordable housing units. The Office of Strategy and Innovation is being established to lead citywide strategy, support ongoing cycles of continuous improvement by collecting and connecting talent to spark new ideas. The proposed budget includes 2 new positions to support this office. The budget also includes the creation of a 4th assistant city manager position that was reallocated from another position to assist with workload in the city manager's office and continue assisting in moving the city forward. A paralegal position is being added to the city attorney's office to support overall workload. The community survey provides a valuable set of information to ensure resources are aligned with areas of greatest need. One area in the community survey that decreased since 2018 includes the perception of greenway safety. To address this perception and to enhance overall public safety, a Parks and Greenway unit is being established. This unit is comprised of 6 sworn police officers and 1 supervising sergeant dedicated to patrolling our parkland and greenway systems. The budget also includes $900,000 from the general fund for greenway lighting and safety repairs. 5 new positions are proposed being added to Raleigh Fire in fiscal year 22. This includes 3 fire captains to assist in monitoring emergency incidents for hazards and to ensure personnel utilize safety practices. 1 deputy fire marshal to perform occupancy inspections and new construction development reviews that helps us keep pace with growth in the city, and 1 fire lieutenant to serve as the department's public information officer, overseeing recruitment and assisting in promoting equity efforts. The fiscal year 22 budget also includes funding for prior commitment. This includes the addition of 7 positions associated with the 2014 Parks Bond that were delayed last year due to budget constraints. Funding is also included to address operating costs at the new law enforcement training facility. 3 of the top priorities that were indicated in the community survey include pace of growth, affordable housing, and transportation. Staff continues to work to align our capital improvement program to these community priorities. The budget does propose a 1-cent property tax increase for parks maintenance. This increase will generate $7.6 million in annual capital maintenance funding for parks. The fiscal year 22 CIP proposes funding to renovate and install HVAC at Laurel Hills Community Center. Also included is $1 million of upgrade and repairs to the Dr. M.T. Pope House, which was built in 1901 and is currently serving as a city museum. The CIP also includes funding to support investments in roof and safety repairs around the park systems. The tax rate increase represents a $38 million investment in parks maintenance over the next 5 years. The proposed budget includes the final year of the 2017 transportation bond. Included are 4 major projects: the Six Forks Road corridor improvements, Carolina Pines, Trawick Road, and Marsh Creek Road improvements. The final year of the 2017 transportation bond also includes funding for complete streets, neighborhood connections, and additional transit support. The fiscal year 22 budget also includes the city's prior general fund commitment to resurfacing, plus an additional one-time allocation for a total of $8 million for pavement preservation and resurfacing projects. Additional one-time funds are included for major bridge replacement and critical repairs and sidewalk trip hazards. Go Raleigh continues its relationship with regional partners to advance transit access and infrastructure to all residents. The fiscal year 22 CIP for transit includes design for the Western BRT route, funding for the ADA transportation facility, and $12.4 million for fixed route expansion and vehicle replacement. The Wake Transit Plan also includes funding for the East Raleigh Community Transit Center. As the parking enterprise continues to be impacted by revenue loss associated with the pandemic, the fiscal year 22 CIP does not include any funding for parking capital projects. In terms of next steps, a public hearing on the fiscal year 22 proposed budget and capital improvement program will occur on June 1st at your June 1st meeting. Following the public hearing, City Council will meet each Monday in June until the proposed budget is adopted. The first budget work session is scheduled for June 7th. In closing, I would like to thank staff across the organization who have worked diligently to balance being fiscally responsible with continuing to address the needs and priorities of our community. I'd specifically like to thank Budget and Management Services staff, along with Finance and Communications. As a community, we are stronger and more resilient, and the fiscal year 22 budget demonstrates truly that Raleigh is on the rise. Thank you.
Wow. Great job. I think the budget really captures a lot of the priorities we discussed at our retreat, addressing issues of housing affordability, homelessness, transportation, stormwater, parks, greenway safety. You got it all. Great job.
Thank you.
Who has questions? Counselor Melton, this better be good because they answered everything you could ever think of.
I don't know if it's good or not. I have to read this whole book you gave me. I just have one follow-up question, and you all can guess what it is. It's from a work session we had. I just want to confirm that this budget has our buses fare free through the end of fiscal year 21, till July 1, 2022.
So yes, the budget does include the fares will be covered, continue to be covered through CARES Act funding in 22. We do anticipate we will bring back a plan in the fall of what this looks like in the moving forward, right? In terms of the sustainability and what the next steps are.
All right, thank you. That's all I have for right now.
Councilmember Knight.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a procedural question. If Mary, you could just let us know a little bit more about the different pieces of the process as we go forward. For example, how and when are budget notes heard that have already been asked for and that may still need to be asked for as a part of this? Thank you.
So I believe we have at this point about 2 or 3 budget notes. And the way this works is that on June, because of the way the calendar works this year, it's actually quite unique. Usually you have a budget work session prior to the public hearing. And so that's a little bit different this year. So the public hearing is June 1st. And then June 7th is your first budget work session. So prior to that, when we send out the materials for that meeting, it will include those budget notes. And so you will see them and can take action at that meeting. I'll also point out that if council chooses to, they could adopt that budget as early as June 7th because the public hearing has already occurred. So that's slightly different than prior years where at your first work session you couldn't.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you.
So I do have one additional budget note that comes from the Dix Leadership Committee. If I may add that, the City Council considered fee adjustments. This was on April 5th, 2021 for the Dix Chapel rental fees. However, that preceded coordination with the Dix Leadership Committee, and there were some concerns expressed about that relating to the need to balance community access and the need to generate revenue to offset operating cost. Based on their feedback, I would like to request a budget note to adopt an alternative rate, which was discussed by the committee, and that is $2.55 per hour on weekends, weekdays, $4.25 per hour on weekends. And then consistent with the other park facility rentals, providing a 10% discount for nonprofits and a 20% premium for profit generating event rentals, and also reserving operational flexibility for our organization. And I just want to say that, with the formation of the Dix Leadership Committee, part of what we're doing is learning how to work with each other and learning how to have those conversations before implementing changes at the park. So I would just like to bring that up as a budget note requested by the Leadership Committee.
We'll add it to the list. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Council Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I also have a budget note that I'd like to bring back. It's an issue that we looked at last year related to the police car take-home policy. So if you could dust that off and update it for us, I'd appreciate it. And we'll take it under consideration at a future meeting.
Do you want us to update it or just dust it off? I mean, we can we'll take a look at it and bring it back for you in June.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Thank you very much. Excellent work, everybody. I know a lot of effort went into this, and I really love the idea of bringing in the kids to design the cover. You know, we heard from Mickey earlier talking about engagement. That's a form of engagement, and that young person won't forget that. So good job on that. Marshall, you have one more item.
Yes, my last item, I promise. If my sinuses hold up, I'm hanging in there. Today, it is my pleasure that I bring and introduce to council and to the community for the first time, the newest member of the City of Raleigh family, Ms. Sindhu Menon. She is our new CIO. She comes to the City of Raleigh with well over 20 years of progressive IT leadership experience. She is coming from the city of College Station, Texas. And prior to that, she served in IT leadership roles in Houston and in Dallas. So we've had the opportunity to meet with her this week. She has 2 kids who are here with her on her visit as she is looking for a home. And we're trying to get her students both over at a university about 20 minutes down 40. And we're excited about that. So Ms. Menon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and the council members and city manager. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I am excited. I'm very honored to have been offered this position. I look forward very eagerly to coming to Raleigh and serving the city. You know, I've met the IT team, quite a few members of the IT team, and I feel very comfortable moving here. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Welcome to Raleigh.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that concludes my report, Mayor and Council. Again, I hope you all are pleased with the work that we just presented to you, as it is truly a reflection of a lot of hard work and countless hours of listening. And I'm pretty sure the community will be appreciative as well. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you. Now we're on to matters scheduled for public hearing. The first case is rezoning Z6520, NC State Centennial Campus. We have one person signed up to speak against this in opposition. Anyhow, I'm going to ask Bynum to do a quick overview of this particular case.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I think the slides are going to come up. I'm going to start talking while that happens. This is a request to rezone just under 1,000 acres from a variety of districts to apply the campus district. This is the first application of the campus district in the city since the adoption of the UDO in 2013, so something of a momentous day. And the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan overall, including the future land use map, and the Planning Commission has recommended approval. Just a quick overview of the site. So this is north of 40, south of Western Boulevard, roughly. A couple of views of the site. And a quick map to show you where and how height is limited across the campus. Thought this might be of interest to you in considering this today. The modifications here, the university is basically looking for some relief from the city code. And so subdivision requirements do not apply per state law. So that's spelled out in the master plan. The public street connectivity requirements do not apply. Stormwater requirements will be regulated by the university stormwater discharge permit with the state, not by the city. Dimensional standards for building types do not apply, and the maximum height in feet does not apply for areas where maximum height is in stories less than 5 stories. And then For some reason, my slides are not advancing. Just a snapshot of how the development entitlement is changing on the campus as a result of the rezoning. Relatively incremental, all things considered. This is consistent with the future land use map, and it is consistent with the urban form map, consistent with the plan overall, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Does anybody have any questions of Bynum? Okay, I'm going to then open the public hearing. We have in support 4 speakers. Jamie Schreidler will be speaking on behalf of this, and then we have one person, Edward Fucher, who would like to speak in opposition. We'll start with Jamie. Each side will have 8 minutes for our usual standards.
Thank you, Mayor Baldwin and members of council. I know it's been a long afternoon, and in the interest of time, we're happy to let the gentleman speak in opposition, and then we can give an abbreviated presentation and address those questions in one fell swoop, hopefully, if that pleases the council.
Okay, thank you. I am now going to call Edward Fucher, F-U-T-C-H-E-R. Is Edward on the line?
Yes, I am, Mayor.
Okay, if you would like to speak.
Sure. Well, again, it's been a long afternoon waiting here, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I live on Twin Branches Way in the North Shore Townhome development, and have previously attended the public information sessions on this application. As you may know, the North Shore development has been under development for over 15 years. It is largely complete and currently consists of 3- and 4-story townhomes. In addition, a 4-story condominium building is just entering its construction phase. When we decided to purchase our home here, we did it with the knowledge that the plan for remaining buildings would also be 3 and 4 stories to match the existing development. In speaking here today, I'm not opposing the application at large, but request that the Zone E lakefront subdistrict be split into 2 parts. One part, which we might call E1, would be to the west, excuse me, the west of North Creek, where the North Shore development is located. And the other part, say E2, would be the rest of Zone E. In this E1 area, where the North Shore development is, I would ask you to consider the following 3 items. The first, keep the maximum building height at 5 stories and not allow 7 stories in any future buildings. And perhaps also consider reducing this maximum height to 4 stories to maintain consistency with the existing development. Number 2, on the north side of area E1, provide the same size transitional zone of 100 feet width, which is given to all other residential areas on the plan, rather than the 50-foot width, which is only part of the border that is indicated on the plan. That's on sheet MP2. And 3, curtail the allowable use as described in sheet MP 2.1 to single and multi-unit living and perhaps community garden. The ability to site commercial and industrial buildings here is not appropriate in this residential setting. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Jamie, would you like to respond?
Yes, Mayor Baldwin, thank you. We do have a presentation, but I'll just go through several points, and we can pull the presentation up for Alicia Knight to address any districts. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, NC State University, and it's important to note that some of the concerns the gentleman raised I think misses or doesn't take into account the purpose of this district, which is really a long-term master planning document for the university to use years in the future. It doesn't mean that they have immediate plans to do anything immediately or to seek those heights immediately, but that they can position themselves for the future and enable the educational, research, and public-private partnership activities that they're already allowed to do under their existing 1988 zoning. The 1988 zoning is all according to a master plan, similar to what we're doing here, but we're simply translating the existing 1988 zoning into this new 2013 district that was created, the CMP district that was created in 2013, specifically for universities such as Centennial. And so I think it will be helpful to hear from Alicia Knight, but I would note that NC State has worked considerably with the city on this request for some time. We've undergone considerable outreach, including 2 neighborhood meetings where we had over, I think, 1,200 notices mailed out and a zoning specific website with over 1,500 visits. I can go into more detail with that in community engagement, but I think it'd be helpful to hear from Ms. Knight as to how the districts were envisioned and to position the university for its long-term future plans.
Okay, thank you. Is Alicia on the line?
I am. Good evening. This is Alicia Knight. I am the Associate Vice Chancellor for Real Estate and Development at NC State. Can we go ahead and slip to slide 5 and I will share some context. So as Jamie said, you know, our rezoning is really rooted in our continuous pursuit of teaching, research, and public-private partnership on Centennial campus. We're seeking, in addition, to align ourselves with the UDO to accommodate our long-term growth and to really facilitate our vision in alignment with the original purpose of Centennial campus and the way that we have been operating on this campus for the past 30 years or so. Next slide. I will go ahead. Can we skip ahead to number 6, please? In terms of the districts themselves, they were determined based upon natural features of our campus, edge conditions, existing development patterns, and how we envision future activity on the campus. Next slide. In District A, we have a combination of...
Excuse me, Alicia, could we go to the next slide, please? Thank you.
In District A, we have a combination of university and public-private partnership uses. We have a maximum height called out of 12 stories and a neighborhood transition zone at the boundary of our campus adjacent to residential uses. On the next slide, please, District B is the area that we envision for the North Oval Innovation District, a premier destination for university and industry collaboration. It's adjacent to public-private partnership uses and academic uses and can be a real convergence for innovation on our campus. It's the area we envision could have the tallest buildings with a maximum height of 28 stories. Next slide. District C is a serpentine district along Centennial. It has several natural features and power line easement on the north and east. Where development is feasible, that's an area we'd look for up to 7 stories of height. On the next slide, District D is the quintessential academic environment on Centennial. It's home to Hunt Library and the recently completed Fitzwillard Engineering Building. We envision the character to remain consistent, and we again call for this 7 stories of height. District E is this yellow district on the map that hugs the eastern and northern areas of Lake Raleigh. It has existing residential and hospitality uses and also an existing greenway and recreational network. It has a neighborhood transition area, and it also has the addition of a special open area that was mentioned to the north in response to community comment about how we touch the taller area to the north. Next slide. District F is Lake Raleigh and the Lake Raleigh Woods. No development of substance is contemplated there, and it again has a neighborhood transition zone. Next slide. District G is to the southwest. It is an area of the campus where we again have a neighborhood transition zone and a request for up to 5 stories of height in that area. Next slide. District H is Lonnie Pool Golf Course. not looking for a substantial development there. That is an operating golf course, and we plan for it to continue to be so. Next slide. District I is the area south of 40. It's an area that, given residential adjacencies, we are looking at limited height of 3 stories and also those neighborhood transitions and some restrictions on permitted uses. Next slide. The balance between open space and the built environment is a key tenet of this plan. There are 233 acres identified as open space. That's about 25% of the campus, and that does not include the golf course, which is about another 25% of the campus and is largely green space. We also have a tree conservation plan that has been previously approved that we would continue under the rezoning. Next slide. And to the point that was made earlier about stormwater management, we do manage our own MS4 permit from the Department of Environmental Quality. We have a number of stormwater management guidelines in place and an administration for how we handle stormwater on the campus, as well as design standards. And we do have some slides on transit and mobility if the council would like to hear those. Richard?
Thanks, Alicia. We'll remain available for questions from council.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Bless you, Marshall. Any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Cox?
Yeah, I was wondering if the applicant can speak to the comments about previous promises about height regarding the North Shore community.
Alicia, are you still on the line?
Yep, I'm here. Yeah, I mean, the university, under our existing zoning, there are permissions for up to 5 stories of height. The university or the endowment fund, who's actually the owner of that piece of property on the campus, this is a joint application between the 2 entities. There is a development agreement in place with the developer for that project. To my knowledge, there have not been any commitments made to the community, though the plans that were outlined are of a 3, 4, 5-story nature. I do not believe that there's any intention on the part of the developer to pursue something different. There's an approved site plan, and it's not the university's intent to increase height in that area. There are site limitations for parking and infrastructure and other things that make that largely impractical.
Okay. Would you be amenable to making a minor change to embody that in maybe a zoning condition to keep those heights in that one little area out of all these 1,000 acres to 5 stories?
I'll take that, Councilmember Cox. This is Jamie Schwedler. We've really appreciated all of the input that we've received, and we've spoken with a great deal of North Shore condominium owners throughout this process. And as Alicia noted, we've made a lot of adjustments to the master plan throughout this nearly year-long process with the city. But at this point, we really are poised to move forward without modifying the master plan further, because we do need to think in a kind of a larger scale, because it's a master plan for these various districts. It doesn't just impact this one part of the district, but impacts the overall district. And so the purpose of the CMP was really to think on kind of a broader scale and not on an individual lot basis. And so I believe that the university is not in a position to add that, but Alicia, I'm happy to have you add on if you see fit.
I think you've summarized well, Jamie, where we are.
Okay, I guess I don't really buy that argument, but I'm going to hope that the university will honor previous promises to homeowners about heights in this area.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Councilmember Fort?
Yes, ma'am. Before I make a motion, I would like to commend the university for the community meetings they had. I actually had an opportunity to sit in on at least one of those, and noted that a number of folks in the community had opportunity to ask questions and have those questions answered by the university staff as well as their legal team. So with that being said, it's my motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 18, 2021, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Branch has seconded that. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Clerk, that passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next, we have rezoning Z7020, 314 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. No one has signed up in opposition, and I'm going to let Bynum do a brief presentation.
Yes, ma'am, and I'll start talking while those slides come up. So this is a request to rezone 0.12 acres from R10 to OX3 with an urban limited frontage and conditions. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan, but inconsistent with the future land use map, so amendment is going to be required. And the Planning Commission recommends approval. 6.1, couple views of the site. Stop me if I'm going too fast. There are a number of conditions here. The applicant has expressed an intent to retain the existing structure, but has offered conditions, committed to conditions in the event that they don't keep the structures. That's most of what the conditions are about. And then just a quick snapshot for you about how the entitlement is changing. So it does add a little bit of office and retail entitlement with the rezoning. Again, inconsistent with your future land use map, it's going to require an amendment. That's included in your consistency statements, consistent with the urban form map, consistent with the plan overall, and the Planning Commission does recommend approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the hearing?
Do we have any questions for Bynum? Okay, I am then going to open the hearing. As I said, no one has signed up in opposition. Worth Mills is the representing the applicant in this case. Worth, do you have any comments or?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. This is Worth Mills. Just to give a brief snapshot of what we're trying to accomplish here. So this is a rezoning for the adaptive reuse of the existing structure for office uses, similar to what you might find along Hillsborough Street with some of the older houses there being used now for office uses. I'll just touch on the conditions that were drafted, specifically the condition as it relates to new development. That condition was drafted by RHDC staff and by planning staff. They felt that this could be a model moving forward for any rezonings within an NCOD district. We've taken that condition verbatim and included it in our rezoning proposal. We've had really no negative feedback from neighbors when we have given our neighborhood meetings. We believe, again, that this rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it does facilitate that adaptive reuse of a contributing structure in the South Park neighborhood, and it increases the structure's overall usefulness in the long term. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer those.
I keep losing my pen here. Hold on one second. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Worth? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Branch?
Madam Mayor, this rezoning will bring a need that's deeply needed, greatly needed in District C as far as office space. It affords an opportunity for small businesses to have a place to conduct business. So with that being said, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 18th, 2021, contained in the agenda materials, and to recommend approval of the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This recommendation also includes an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Okay, do we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart has seconded that. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, Clerk. Next, we have rezoning Z421, 3425 Rock Quarry Road.
Yes, ma'am. This is just under 7 acres being rezoned from a residential district with a SHOD to RX4 with conditions. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. Planning Commission recommends approval. A couple of views of the site. They have limited their total number of units to no more than 140, and you can see that in the development snapshot. The RX district does bring a very modest retail and commercial entitlement. Again, consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission recommends approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Does anybody have any questions for Bynum? Okay, I am then going to open the public hearing. No one has signed up in opposition. Speaking on behalf of the applicant is Isabel Maddox.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Just very briefly, this is an affordable housing development that is proposed here. 140 senior affordable units are proposed, and the same client has the property just to the south and is in the middle of a site plan process on a family affordable development. So we think that's going to be a nice synergy to have the senior housing adjacent to the family, so grandma can look out for children and children can look out for grandma, but they don't have to live in the same house. So we do think this is consistent all the way around. It's the church actually owns the property now, Church of Redeeming Love Missionary Baptist Church. The developer got to know the pastor of that church during the prior zoning case, and it turns out the church mission, one of their goals was to develop some affordable housing, so that worked out really well. We have had neighbors meetings, no significant opposition. They just wanted a fence, which will be coming with a neighborhood transition. This is we hope to have a North Carolina Housing Finance tax credits, and we have had our deadline extended to May 28th on that. So we would hope for approval for tonight, and certainly available for questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, no questions. I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Branch?
Yes, this is a great opportunity with the church working with the developer to bring in housing that's really needed. So I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 18th, 2021, contained in the agenda materials, and to recommend approval of the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Melton has seconded. All in favor? No one is opposed, Clerk. That passes unanimously. This is a great project. Very excited to see this happen. Next, we have rezoning Z521 Pearl Road.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request to rezone just under 2 acres from R4 to R10 with conditions. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan, but inconsistent with the future land use map, so an amendment will be required. Planning Commission recommends approval. So a couple of views of the site. They have limited density to no more than 6 units per acre. The entitlement here, you're seeing an increase in the maximum number of units. And this is inconsistent with that low density residential, and so it would require an amendment, but consistent with the plan overall, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. What kind of questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Do we have any questions for Bynum? Okay. I am going to open the public hearing. No one has signed up in opposition. We have Toby Coleman and Francis. I'm not even going to try to pronounce this name. I apologize. On the line to speak in support. I'm taking it you represent the applicant. Is there anything you would like to add as part of the public hearing? Do we have either Francis or Toby on the line?
Toby is on the line. He's unmuted. We do not have Francis.
Okay. Is there anything Toby would like to add?
Toby may be having some challenges.
Well, let me ask this. Does anybody have any concerns with this request? Would you be okay if I close the public hearing and we vote? Can I get a reaction? Okay. I am going to close the public hearing then. And I'm going to ask for a motion. Councilmember Branch?
Yes, I see District C's on the roll today. They're entitled 5. They're going to 8. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 18th, 2021, contained in the agenda materials to improve the zoning amendment with the adoption effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Do you have a second? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Clerk, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z621 0 Rock Quarry Road. No one has signed up to speak on this case on either side.
That's because staff is in the chamber today. This is a city-initiated rezoning, and so staff from the fire department and construction management are also here to answer your questions should you have any. This is a request to rezone just under 2 acres. This is, again, as I mentioned, city-initiated for the purpose of constructing a new fire station on Rock Quarry Road. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, and Planning Commission does recommend approval. A couple, just a quick view, aerial view of the site, and a couple of views, street views. We are not proposing any conditions for this one, and you can see the change in entitlement here, and it's an increase in commercial square footage, essentially removing a buffer that's there. So again, consistent with the future land use map and consistent with the plan overall. The Planning Commission does recommend approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have before you open the hearing.
Do we have any questions? All right, I'm going to open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Branch, we'll just say every motion is now yours.
All right, this is my last one, and I know this fire station is needed so our fire department can meet their required response times. So I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 18th, 2021, contained in the agenda materials, and to recommend approval of the zoning amendments with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Melton has seconded it. All in favor? All right, that was approved unanimously, clerk. All right, next we have Z721 3095 Gresham Lake Road.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request to rezone just under 11 acres from industrial mixed use to commercial mixed use, 3-story height limit with conditions. This is located on the south side of the Durant Nature Preserve in a largely industrial area. The request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan Nevertheless, Planning Commission voted to recommend approval. The view of the site from the air and from the street. So there are a handful of conditions here. They've limited their density. They have specified some prohibited uses. They are providing conditions basically to ensure affordability of the units, as well as border or some specifications about conditions of the property boundary in terms of signs and plantings, and then also building setback from the property line, as well as pedestrian path to Durant Nature Preserve to the north. So the change here is really effectively a downzoning because of the number of units they've specified in the conditions, but an increase in office and office square footage particularly. So this is inconsistent with the future land use map because it's designated for business and commercial services here, and inconsistent with the plan overall, including future land use map. So really the concern here is about the existing industrial use and residential in proximity to that. And if you approve the case, you would also be approving an amendment to the future land use map. It would change the designation from business and commercial services to community mixed use. Again, the Planning Commission does recommend approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have before you open the hearing.
Do we have any questions for Bynum? Okay. I'm going to open the hearing. First, I want to ask, has the people who signed up in opposition, Toby Coleman and Rich Tran, are they on the line? Beth?
Yes, Mayor.
Are they on the line?
Who, is this Molly Stewart?
No, this is Mary Ann. I'm asking if Toby Coleman and Rich Tran are on the line.
Okay, let me see.
Okay.
We've got Toby back. I'll try him again.
Hey, Mayor, this is Toby Coleman. My apologies, had some technical issues just a moment ago. We are no longer opposed to this, both my client Rich Tran and I, so we have no comment on this matter.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I am going to open the hearing then. Molly Stewart is representing the applicant. Molly, there's no opposition to this case. Is there anything you want to present to council?
Thank you, Mayor Baldwin. Only just very briefly that LDG Development is a large developer of affordable housing, and that is the purpose of this request today. We are certainly prepared to address any questions or concerns the council has. I'm also here with Landon Cox of LDG Development, as well as Rick Baker of the Timmons Group, in case there are questions. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions for the applicant? No questions. I am going to close the public hearing. Would anyone like to make a motion? Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of council, this is an exciting opportunity to expand affordable housing in a changing part of the city around Durant Road. Fantastic opportunity for the future residents to live next door to the Durant Nature Park. And as you've seen, the applicant has done a great job designing the conditions to respect the surrounding uses and afford protections for the future neighbors. And Mr. Landon Cox has been tremendous in his efforts, and had an opportunity to walk the site, get my shoes muddy, and I'm very happy to recommend this case to you. And therefore, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 18, 2021, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the 2030 comp plan and the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Okay, second by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. Okay,
Thank
next
you.
we have, thank you. Next we have TC 19, administrative alternate changes. Again, no one has signed up to speak on this. Bynum, you want to give a brief report? Oh, or
I'll let Bynum off the hook for this one, and I'll give you a brief
okay,
presentation, Mayor.
Justin. Yeah.
Okay, so this is TC 1919, administrative alternate changes. Really two main focus areas here. One is the conversion of the administrative alternate process to the design alternate process for the items you see on the screen there. So current rules, if someone was seeking an alternate design standard, they would go in front of the Appearance Commission, who would make a recommendation, review and recommendation back to the planning director, who would be the ultimate decision maker. What this proposes is that the Appearance Commission would be the decision maker and hold those hearings in a quasi-judicial format to allow them to apply subjective standards, whereas staff is really only supposed to apply objective standards. So just moving some procedural changes there. And then the second focus area is really revising some of the findings and the objective criteria that staff can apply in hopes that fewer design alternates and potentially also Board of Adjustment variances would be sought for certain types of requirements, such as you see below there. So briefly, just changes to build to, some clarifying language for the corner build to requirement, the addition of an allowance for up to 30% of the build to range to be substituted with an amenity area, and most significantly, proposing the removal of the build to requirement altogether for the apartment and townhouse building types outside of the urban frontages. A few changes to the street-facing entrance requirement, moving from a spacing requirement to just a flat one per non-residential unit required, and removing the requirement altogether from the townhouse building type here too. A few changes to building height and massing. There is a creation of a new 30-story zoning district, so that option would be available. Currently, the code jumps from a 20-story max district to a 40-story max district. This would insert a 30-story district in there. Changes to step backs, when and how they're applied. There would now be only apply to towers greater than 12 stories as opposed to those greater than 7. And that step back can now occur anywhere between the first and 12th story, as opposed to between the 3rd and the 7th. Finally, some changes to the maximum floor plate standards, increasing from 25,000 to 30,000 square feet, and allowing an averaging of those numbers instead of a hard cap. And hopefully this diagram will help explain that a little better. Although the 25,000 number you see there will be changed to 30,000. That was a change by the Planning Commission. But essentially, a developer would have the option to take the 30,000 square feet times the number of allowable stories above the 12th floor and allot that floor area however they so chose. So they could do smaller floor plates with more stories or larger floor plates with fewer stories, obviously up to and not exceeding the maximum number of stories allowed in the zoning district. Finally, just a few changes to foundation and retaining walls, just clarifications that these rules would apply to any street-facing wall, not just primary streets. 5-foot maximum height limitation would now apply as well, but also adding a provision that allows an increase up to 8 feet when certain treatments are provided, such as landscaping, plantings, benches, those sorts of things. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Cox?
Yes, I had a question. I don't really understand the description in the text about building massing standards. It says step backs will be reduced and now only apply to towers greater than 12 stories. Are you proposing that it will only be
applied to 12 stories, or I'm really confused by the language. It says step backs can now occur anywhere between the second and 12th story. So on the one hand, you're saying now it'll be applied to towers greater than 12 stories, but you also say it can now occur anywhere between the second and 12th stories. So I'm totally confused by what that means.
Sure. Okay. So current rules before this text change require any building greater than 7 stories to provide a step back.
Okay.
And that step back has to occur somewhere between the 3rd and the 7th story when required. What's being proposed here would be that only buildings greater than 12 stories have to provide the step back. And that step back could be provided anywhere above the 1st and below the 12th story.
Okay. And is there any relationship to this step back to residential districts?
No, it's not. It's not an application that takes into consideration adjacent residential districts or uses. The step back requirements apply actually only to street-facing facades of buildings. So it's really about the street effect as it is opposed to neighboring properties.
Okay, because as I understand it, our mixed-use districts require a step back if they're located next to residential districts. So this is different?
It is different from the neighborhood transition requirements you may be referencing, where height is limited when you have a mixed-use district abutting a residential district.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, do we have any additional questions? Okay. I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Melton?
Yeah, I'm excited to make this motion because I think it's really important that we continue to streamline and make it more efficient to do business with our city, especially in the construction and permitting process. And so with that said, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 18th, 2021, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning text amendment with the adoption and the effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Branch has seconded. All in favor? Clerk, that is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Economic Development and Innovation Committee. If anybody needs a stand-up break, feel free to stop your video, stand up for a minute, but stay listening. It's that kind of day.
No report. We have a meeting next Tuesday, May 25th. We're continuing our discussion about the community-centered economic development, strategic small business investment, and we will be discussing accessory commercial units. And now I'm going to stand up and stretch.
Okay, growth and natural resources.
Thank you, Mayor. No report. Our next meeting is also next Tuesday, May 25th, 4 p.m. virtual. We will be discussing urban ag, the only item in our committee right now.
Okay. Next is the report and recommendation of the Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Communities Committee. We will be meeting at 11:30 on Tuesday, and on our agenda is the African American Affairs Board. Transportation and Transit.
No report. We will be meeting on next Thursday at 3 p.m. To discuss the Lake Willer Road corridor study, and the case that was referred to us today, we're going to have in June to give more time to pull the proper information.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have a report from the mayor and city council. I'm going to start with Councilor Melton.
I just wanted to let everyone know I've met with staff about the bus shelter, bus benches issue, and they're going to be sending some information to us in the manager's update, the next manager's update, and then they will be coming before council the next couple of weeks with some more ideas. They've been working on some interim measures, and I'm looking forward to what they're bringing forward. So I just wanted to let everyone know that it is actively being worked on, and that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
No report.
Councilmember Branch.
Just a few real quick items. First, Second Chance Alliance had a virtual day of advocacy today. So I wanted to recognize that and the work that Second Chance does in the community. Two items, if I could have staff come back with information on. One is the amount of fiber infrastructure that we may be lacking in our city, like where are the gaps? I know there's been a lot of work, a lot of permitting, but just want to get a better idea of the gaps. The second piece is third item is I've been contacted recently from volunteer coaches in the community around our tackle football program that from my understanding has gone away because of budgeting. If I could just, council overall get a better understanding of that, and what we say is gone away because of budgeting, what's that number, and what does that include? And I need that information before I make any further requests. And lastly, a day of celebration, June 12th. Our city staff, our Raleigh parks will be having the ribbon cutting for Chavis Park Community Center, starting at 10 a.m. Looks to be an all-day affair to celebrate the new community center, which will be opening on June 12th. I don't know if anyone's been by Chavis lately. I was actually there late, but right before they finished the completion of the demolishing of the old center. Kind of a bittersweet moment. But to see the new center and the progress and what's going, I really believe the community that's fought so hard for it, that still lives there, are going to be proud and ready to celebrate this new center. That is all I have.
Okay, next we have Councilmember Cox.
Yes, just a couple of items. The first item is I want to thank Oscar Carmona and Stephen Bentley for meeting with me recently to discuss park projects in District B. And the projects that we discussed are the following, and I believe these numbers reflect what would be needed in order to carry these projects forward to the next phase. The first project is the Leonard project, and this is along Falls of Neuse Road near Falls Dam, and this includes the Falls River Park that was discussed earlier today. So I would be looking for $7 million out of the next Parks Bond for that project. The Thornton Road property is an undeveloped property that's earmarked for a future park, and this is for neighborhoods off of Capitol Boulevard and that are east of Capitol Boulevard, and I would be looking for $4 million for that project. Brentwood Phase 2, $4 million. Riverbend Phase 2, $4 million. Green Road, $2 million. The Kyle Drive Master Plan in Phase 1, $4 million. And Forest Ridge for a next phase of Forest Ridge, $6 million. And then for the neighborhoods that are east of the Neuse River in Northeast Raleigh, that include Neuse Crossing, Mitchell Mill, Massey Preserve, and about 9 other neighborhoods, they really have very limited, and in some cases, no greenway access. And I would look for $4 million to develop greenway access for those neighborhoods. So the total amount is $35 million. And according to staff, about 15 million, between 12 and 15 million has already been allocated to District B. So we would be looking for an additional 25 million for District B as part of the Parks Bond. And I just want to say that District B would really like to be part of the city's moonshot. and our shot for Mars. And I'm really asking that we can consider adding this to the parks bond, and so that the entire district can be considered part of this going forward. My second council concern is really just to say thank you to the Raleigh Police Department for what they're doing to raise money for Special Olympics. They were in District B this past weekend, and along with the our four-legged officers, Georgie and Savannah. And I just want to thank them for their outreach and helping with that good cause. And then lastly, I wanted to give throw some ideas out regarding affordable housing. And one of the things that we know that people are challenged with when it comes to finding housing is finding the money for security deposits. And I know this is covered by state law, but many communities and many other states do look into alternatives for providing security deposits. In some cases, these might be monthly payments rather than one lump sum payment. And in other cases, renters can provide an alternative to security deposit, which is security deposit insurance. And I was wondering if we could ask our lobbyist to the General Assembly to consider making an amendment to state law, or maybe even providing a local ordinance that would allow us to be able to adopt these alternatives for security deposits so that people can find rentals easier. So that's it for my my council concerns. And as far as the last one is concerned, I would ask that the city attorney look into this and maybe provide some input at our next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ford.
No report today. Thank you.
Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm tired from today after 5 hours, but also from the Carolina Hurricanes game last night. What an exciting game. I was fortunate enough to be out there to see it live, and saw some of you and saw thousands and thousands of our fans heartily supporting our Carolina Hurricanes. So that was exciting, and we're glad to have them in the playoffs, and glad to have all the great support from the city for them. So everybody keep on supporting them and the city, and continue to be the loudest and best fans in the country. I'm having the listening session tomorrow night at 7. Links are on the city website as well as my Facebook page. We're going to be talking about all things transportation with our special guest, Michael Moore. So hopefully any and all are welcome. We'll be talking a lot about District B, but also citywide projects of interest. And last, look forward to seeing everyone out that can come to the city cleanup this Saturday. That was postponed from like a month ago. So I'll be in District D with other staff and other city councilors around the city. So look forward to everybody joining in on that who can do it. Thanks so much.
Councilmember Buckin.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one announcement. We're planning a District A Town Hall meeting on June the 3rd. Our agenda and the details are still somewhat in flux, but I will update you on that at our June 1st meeting, and we are planning to hold that. And I will also be joining in the cleanup on Saturday that Mr. Knight just mentioned. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Is your June 3rd meeting virtual or in person?
It is virtual.
Okay. Councilmember Fort, I know you wanted to mention this.
Yes, I have one of those shirts as well, and I think Councilmember Branch acknowledged that they had the Second Chance Advocacy Day today. So I definitely hope that it went very well, and looking forward to talking to some of the leadership to find out how things went today.
Sorry about that, Councilor Ford. I didn't know you were going to mention it.
Well, thank you. That's important work. So I think all three of us wanted to mention and acknowledge that. So like Councilmember Knight, I actually donned though my red and black today in honor of the Canes' victory last night. It was quite an evening. I have to say, PNC Arena was electric. There was lots of energy and big 5-2 win. So I just want to say, go Canes. Let's do this again. There's nothing like playoff hockey. So it was a great evening. I was just so glad to see 12,000 people in the arena waving their towels and yelling and having a great time. So thank you to the Centennial Authority for inviting us and including us. My second item was the cleanup. As already mentioned, I will be out there as well. And thank all of you who are joining us. My third item, this is going to sound a little strange, but I have been getting a number of emails from residents near Laurel Hills who are seeing coyotes in their community. And the coyotes are coming up on their porches, they're, in their yards. Many of them have young children. I know that they have asked staff to respond. But what I'm going to request is that our staff set up an in-person meeting or at least a virtual meeting with the neighborhood to talk about some of the options. I understand that because a lot of this has to do with state regulations and the North Carolina Wildlife Resource Commission, we are limited in what we can do. But I would like to have staff have a conversation with them so they feel heard and we address their concerns. I've asked Lou to follow up on that, but now I'm making a formal request and also asking staff to ensure that there is communication either virtually or in person. I think there are concerns because in Greensboro there were coyote attacks. Nobody wants to see a person or a pet injured, and so let's make sure that we are communicating and meeting. Okay, and with that, I am going to get us to appointments.
Yes, and the first item on appointments is the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board. You have one vacancy. Cotter Zazauer received 5 votes, so will be appointed.
Okay.
The next is Human Relations Commission. You have 2 vacancies, and at this point, they're both alternate positions, and at this point, there are no nominations, so that'll be on the next agenda. The next item is the Police Advisory Board. You have 2 alternate positions available. One of the alternates must be a representative of the mental health organization, and at this point, Mayor Baldwin has nominated Cindy Cottle. And did I see Councilmember Melton raising his hand, or?
I see. I saw Councilmember Melton raise his hand, but also Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Oh, okay.
So, Councilmember Melton?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, I didn't see we had asked for the list. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
We had asked for the list of folks who had applied initially, remember? I didn't see that get sent around, the applications.
I thought it was attached to your ballot, but maybe we'll double check.
I may have missed it. I will look harder next week. I apologize. And also I noticed my name is misspelled on the roster list as the liaison. That's the other thing.
Councilmember Melton, that was distributed in the email, and Cindy was one of 4 people who applied for the job. I have spoken with her and she is still interested. So, so thus the nomination. And Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Yes, I'd just like to co-nominate Cindy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Did you catch that?
No,
Clerk?
I did not.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart has co-nominated Cindy.
Oh, okay, okay. Very good. The other is any category could be, chosen for the Police Advisory Board alternate member. And Councilmember Ford has nominated Ty Harrell. So that will be on your agenda for the next meeting.
Clerk, I'm going to co-nominate Ty Harrell.
Very good. All right, the next is the Fair Housing Hearing Board. You have 2 vacancies. These are the 2 new positions that were created recently, and there are no nominees at this point. Any nominees there? Okay, that'll be on your next ballot also. I'll continue on with nominations. And this is the Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, the Historic Resources and Museums Advisory Board, possible merger that Councilmember Melton, I didn't include the backup last time on this, but you did receive it this time. So it's up to you as to how you wish to proceed, whether I think staff has recommended that the 2 boards had asked to remain separately. So it's up to you now.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Yes, thank you. I had made this original request some time ago last year, and I would recommend that we follow staff's recommendation to allow the boards to remain independent. And I believe at this time, Clerk, do we need to also consider approving one of the group's bylaws? Is that right?
They will bring that forward to you. That we were sort of doing this sort of a step-by-step situation. So now you've made the decision to leave them separate. It'll be on the next agenda for the next step because the Cemeteries Advisory Board has several terms that are expired, and we need to take some action on that. And I think Joey changed their bylaws. So we've made the first step, so we'll move on to the next one. Thank you. All right, the next item is the Arts Commission. The term of Judy Payne is expiring, and she is eligible for reappointment, would like to be considered for reappointment, and has a perfect attendance record.
I'll make a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Councilmember Melton has seconded. All in favor? Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk.
Thank you. The next item is the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, 1 vacancy. Term of Nick Neptune is expiring. He is eligible for reappointment, would like to be considered, and he too has an excellent attendance record, perfect attendance record.
Councilmember Melton.
It's moved for reappointment.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Okay, passes unanimously, Clerk.
Thank you. The next is the Human Relations Commission, 1 vacancy. The term of Byron Laws is expiring. He is eligible, would like to be considered for reappointment, and is continuing the record of a perfect attendance also.
I will move approval. Do I have a second? Councilmember Melton, all in favor? Okay, Clerk, that is unanimous.
Thank you. The next item is the Planning Commission. The agenda indicates you have 1 vacancy as the term of Shelley Winters is expiring, and she does not wish to be considered for reappointment. And Mayor, I think you submitted a name.
Yes, Adrian Elder, and I also forwarded her resume for you to distribute to council members.
Correct. All right, and in addition to that, just earlier today, we received a resignation from Matt Thomasulu from the Planning Commission. cited personal reasons, some, I think some sickness and this type thing. And so his resignation would be effective immediately. So you now have 2 vacancies and at this point, 1 nominee. And I assume it will be on the next ballot. The next is Raleigh Historic Development Commission. Here you have 5 vacancies. The terms of Kay Webb, John Fountain or Nick Fountain, J. Gaston Williams, Heather Lee, and Catherine Page. Terms are expiring. Ms. Webb is not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. Mr. Fountain does not wish to be considered. The other 3 would like to be considered for reappointment, and you received a packet of information from the nominating committee of the Development Commission for your consideration on nominations and or appointments.
Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, I'd move to reappoint the 3 current members that are being recommended by RHDC, Heather Lee, Catherine Pate, and Gaston Williams. And then I would like to appoint their recommended candidates, Bridget Phillips and Curtis. I'd like to nominate Bridget Phillips and Curtis Kasenthang.
Could we separate those 2 motions? Because I have some concerns about the diversity of this board.
Sure. So I would move for reappointment of the 3 who are eligible.
Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Branch. All in favor? That passes unanimously, Clerk.
And I'd like to go ahead and I'll make those 2 nominations of their recommended candidates, and then we can see who else gets nominated and go from there on the ballot.
Okay, I want to ask the commission to come back to us with some geographic diversity on this, but also look at just the diversity of the board in general before I'm ready to vote.
Very good. I will make that request and it'll be on the next agenda.
And I think a number of other counselors have expressed that concern as well.
Okay. I will pass that on. The next item is the Raleigh Transit Authority. You have 1 vacancy, and here you have a situation. The vacancy is a regular member. So according to past practice, you would elevate LaPonda Edmondson, the longest serving alternate, to a regular membership and declare a vacancy for the alternate. And the term that is expiring, I'm sorry, is Michael Stevenson, and he is not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. So your first action would suggest that you consider elevating Ms. Edmondson to a regular membership.
Councilmember Branch?
So move.
I will second. All in favor? Okay, that is unanimous, Clerk.
And now you have.
And I just want to commend Michael Stevenson. He's been a great member of the RTA, brought forward a lot of innovative ideas and has worked hard. So I just want to say thank you for his service.
Very good. So the alternate vacancy will be on the next agenda. The last thing I think I have is Substance Abuse Advisory Commission. You have 1 vacancy. The term of Elliot Palmer Jr. is expiring. He is eligible and would like to be considered for reappointment. And again, a perfect attendance. So they've done good this year. So anyway, you have that for consideration.
Councilor Branch?
I move to reappoint Mr. Palmer.
I will second. All in favor? That is unanimous, Clerk. Thank you.
And that is the end of my report on committees and appointments.
Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
I do not have a report today, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Report and recommendation of the city clerk.
You received copies of the May 4th regular session and the May 11 work session minutes for consideration of approval.
Do we have a motion to approve? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, second. Councilor Branch, all in favor? Okay, that was unanimous, clerk.
And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I know this was a long meeting. I appreciate everybody hanging in. And there's one suggestion that I think might deserve merit, and I want some staff to look at this. You know, we've been holding public hearings after all of our work business. And I know when we met in person, we used to do public comment at 2:00. And then we changed that to right after the consent agenda, doing this virtually. Is there a reason why we do the public hearings toward the end of the meeting? Could we do those after public comment? So we don't have people hanging on the phone for 3 hours. Or the other alternative or thought is, if we have to do it after, say, 2:00 during the day, will that, if we changed anything, would that impact when we go back in person? So just think about that, and we go from there. Okay. Right. Thank you, everyone. And we have no closed session today, so the meeting is now officially adjourned. Thank you very much.